formed a group called the Elimination. That name was because they believed their purpose was the elimination of Christianity. Sean and Richard decided that they needed to prove their commitment to Satan by breaking the 10 Commandments. Most of the commandments were easy to break, like stealing and lying. Some of them they were already doing, like worshiping another god, that being Satan. The one thing they had trouble with was the 6th commandment, thou shalt not murder.
The Satanic Bible has a chapter in it called On the Choice of a Human Sacrifice. And it says that you should choose people who by their actions basically beg to be killed. Who contribute nothing to society, who can who won't be missed, who have no one, and we picked a man that in our eyes fit this perfect description. He worked midnight shift in a circle case.
Oh, I get those lights.
That's
what I'll do.
Out his arms. He looked like he had some defect or something, He just long hair, kind of beard and stuff. Druggy, probably ex-biker or something like that. And we decided that was it.
Sean and Richard decided that the clerk at the local Circle K convenience store would be the perfect target for them to check the last commandment on their list. Robert Bauer was born on July 8, 1949 in Ohio. He had served in the military, but not much is known about his past besides the fact that he had moved to Oklahoma after leaving the service. To Sean and Richard, Robert wouldn't be missed, but to others he was a son, a father, a brother, and a friend. Robert wasn't necessarily in a great spot in life. He was estranged from his wife and hadn't seen his kids in a while, and his girlfriend had recently broken up with him. He didn't make a lot by working at the convenience store, but he was able to make extra by selling drugs on the side. Sean would later claim that Richard had stolen 2 guns from his grandfather, and the boys brought one of them with them when they stopped at the Circle K on the evening of September 7, 1985. According to Sean, he tried to shoot Robert once but missed. As Robert turned to run, Sean shot him just behind the left ear, but the clerk didn't go down. Both Sean and Richard chased him before Robert slipped and fell. Then Sean shot him in the side. They didn't steal any money or merchandise, they just fled the scene. There are multiple versions of the murder, with Richard later claiming that he wasn't involved at all. He claimed that Sean had stolen the guns and brought them along without his knowledge. There's also a version that claims that Sean shot Robert simply because he wouldn't sell them beer. Early the morning of September 8th, a group of young adults were headed home from a nightclub when they stopped into the Circle K. They looked around but didn't see a clerk. One of them peered over the counter and noticed a knocked-over coffee cup and blood spattered on the cash register. When she walked to the back of the store, she saw Robert sprawled on the floor in the hallway near the restrooms. Being a nurse, the woman immediately checked for a pulse but couldn't find one. The clerk's skin was cool to the touch, which meant that he was gone. 911 got the call about the grisly discovery at 2:16 a.m. On the scene of the Circle K on the corner of Council Road and 122nd Street, which is now a 7-Eleven. Detective Bill Cook met with the officers that were already on the scene. Of course, at first they assumed it was a robbery homicide. When the detective checked the register, it didn't look like any money had been taken. When the medical examiner arrived, he removed Robert's wallet from his pocket and found $98 in it. The idea that Robert was the victim of a robbery gone wrong was starting to fade, and since the killers had no connection to the victim, they were outside of the detective's radar. They didn't have a hard time coming up with any suspects, though. Robert had dealt drugs and had enough criminally minded acquaintances that Detective Cook had a lot of work ahead of him. Unfortunately, it would all be a waste of time. In the months that followed the murder, both Sean and Vonda began working as servers at a local pizza parlor. Richard had also disappeared with his girlfriend due to her father trying to break them up. Vonda began voicing her dislike of Angel. She didn't think the girl was good enough for her son, and she was afraid that the young girl would get pregnant. Without his best friend around as an outlet, Sean began laying awake at night, stewing about his parents' feelings about Angel. He started to believe that he would be better off if they weren't alive. At the end of February of 1986, Lee and Vonda spent a week in Acapulco while Sean stayed at the duplex by himself. He would come home every day, complete his homework, and then go to work. Then he would use the solitude of the house to practice his satanic masses. He also used the time to use Vonda's sewing machine to make hooded robes for his rituals. The day his parents were set to return from vacation, Sean turned in an English assignment at school that raised a red flag with the teacher. Part of it read, quote, Satanism made me a better person for myself rather than for the benefit of others. Satanism taught me to reach down into my own heart and mind and soul, to find my true essence and let it permeate my environment. I became Ezeret, a Satanist. I found a crowd that would accept me because I was me. Satanism has caused me to explore the depths of my mind, to ask questions of religion and society, to find the truth by asking why. Why should I treat others the way I would have them treat me? Why should I not have sex or worship other gods? I treat others not as I would have them treat me, but rather as they treat me. For my beliefs, I am said to be dangerously crazy and confused. Why? At last I see my thoughts clearly. Now that could just be the ranting of a misguided teenager who thinks he knows more about life than he does. But he went on to write this, quote, I am free. I can kill without remorse and feel no regret or sorrow. I only have love, compassion, hate, anger, pain, and joy. Only I may understand, but that is enough. That evening, as Sean worked at the pizza parlor, his English teacher called his house and spoke with Vonda. She told her about the writing assignment and the worrying things that her son had written. The image of the perfect son, which had already faded some, was now completely gone. She knew that Sean was having trouble, so she sat at the dining room table and wrote him a letter. In it, she said, quote, My dearest and most precious son, I love you so much and would give my life for you without a second thought. She likely had no idea how prophetic her words were. Sean had had a dream the previous night about killing her and Lee and had already planned to kill them that night. Sean believed that his life would be better if his parents died, and Vonda was claiming to be willing to die for him. It would be poetic if it wasn't so tragic. In the end, Sean would never see the letter. It would only be discovered later by investigators. Sean clocked out of work at about 10:30 p.m. and headed home. In some versions of the story, Sean crept into his parents' bedroom in just his underwear to avoid getting blood on his clothes. In Sean's own account, he said that he had originally planned to carry out the murder with his robes on, but Lee was a light sleeper and would probably hear them moving, so he just wore his underwear. He had already taken Lee's Smith & Wesson 44 from the top shelf of the closet and checked that it was loaded. Once he was inside their bedroom, he pointed the gun at Lee's head and pulled the trigger. The bullet entered the back of his stepfather's head, and blood spattered onto the headboard and wall behind it. He jerked a bit, but the single bullet killed him quickly. The sound immediately woke Vonda, but Sean quickly pointed the gun at her face and fired. When the bullet hit her, blood squirted out and splattered in his face. The bullet had torn through her cheeks, but didn't kill her. She shrieked and put her hands to her face as Sean stepped closer to his mother. He pointed the gun at her and shot her a second time in the head, killing her. Sean laughed at the idea that he had finally freed himself from under his parents' thumb. Then he took a shower and washed the blood off of his body. In his room, he collected the items that were related to his satanic ritual so he could get rid of them. Then he went around the house and made it look like a robbery had taken place. He removed the piece of wood from the sliding door that kept it secure and pulled out drawers. Once he felt like he'd set the scene, Sean grabbed the gun and headed to Piedmont. Richard had returned to town with his now wife, and Sean's plan was to use his best friend as an alibi. Richard had been asleep when Sean arrived, and Sean immediately handed him the gun wrapped in a towel and told him to get rid of it. Then his plan was to claim he had stayed the night at his friend's house that evening. The next morning, Sean was going to say that he had overslept and was going to be late to school, so he was going to stop at the pizza parlor to get a note from his mother. The restaurant staff would see him there looking for Vonda, which would add credibility to his alibi. Then, once he was told Vonda wasn't there, he'd go to his house where he would find his mother and stepfather dead. The following morning, Sean, Richard, and Richard's wife headed out of their house and made a stop at the pizza parlor as planned. Sean was told that his mother's shift hadn't started yet, so the trio moved on to the next step of the plan.
Alright,
They arrived at the Bella Auto house at about 8:20, and when they saw Lee's work truck still in the driveway, Sean commented that he must have overslept. That statement made him laugh, and Richard's wife was confused as to why. Of course, she was not privy to what was really going on.
That's 3 days of work, guys. Thank you so much. We gotta get those super chats, super likes up.
Richard told his wife to
And we gotta get.
darted from the vehicle
So we gotta get.
into the house. Richard looked into the bedroom.
I made $5 in ads almost.
They were just asleep.
$3, 3
He
cents
took a few
off
steps into the room and confirmed
per
that they were
thousand.
indeed
So
dead.
every thousand
Then Sean ran out of the
shorts,
house into a neighbor's
every
house.
thousand video
When
you
the
watch,
neighbor saw the teen running down the street screaming,
well, every video
he
you
asked what
watch,
was wrong, and Sean told
obviously.
him to call an ambulance. Detective
I
Ron
made a
Mitchell was
full
assigned
dollar
to the
off
case, and
this.
he
I
and
mean,
the other detectives
it's only
on the
been
scene immediately
4
sensed the
days, so I
scene
got
of the
paid off for 4
The couple
days.
were clearly shot as they slept. They hadn't heard an intruder,
And the minimum is $100, and I made that by 24. You guys are
Would
amazing.
have had to get into the house, sneak into their room.
We got
shoot
23
them, and
members
rob
now?
the place, which is
What?
why most robberies that end in homicide happen.
23
When the
members?
investigators looked at the backsliding door, they noticed
Man,
a
that's
wooden
amazing.
dowel that had been removed from the track.
We went from 18 to 23. I gotta shout out people next time we go on
It
live.
seemed impossible for anyone to have removed the wood from the
Sidewalk
outside,
for
and there were no
that.
other signs of forced entry, so it seemed more likely that the dowel had been removed from the inside. When they looked around the house, drawers had been pulled out, but they clearly hadn't been
Let's
ransacked.
see.
Everything was still neatly placed in each drawer. On top of that, there were a number of valuables in the house that hadn't been taken. There were coins on the dresser and a .25 caliber handgun on the headboard. It was hard to believe that anyone would break in, kill the residents while they slept, and then not take anything.
So I gotta do, okay, so I gotta do a personal 15-second video for my boy Vlad Nunez. Shout out to Vlad. I'm gonna go scroll down. Matter of fact, everybody who has got a membership. Look at that, we got 23 memberships there. Shout out to everybody here. Hopefully you can see that. Bro, it's only been 4 days, going on 5. Imagine 20 weeks. Look at that. Thank you guys. You guys are fucking amazing, man. And then check it out. So I got a package here, right? On my membership, so it's monthly, right? So it's guaranteed money, but hopefully if you guys stay, well, I think I got a reason to keep you guys. But the Cyborg fandom is $99.99, right? And it's a 15-second personal video that I have to make. I'll make for you, you know. And that right there, if I can get 100 people to buy that, that's pretty good money. You know what I mean? And it's gonna happen. That's the scary thing about it. You know, so, and then I get 1,000 people, then I get 10,000. Man, shoot, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much, man. You're changing my world already. It's only been 3 days, 4 days. And let's see the badges. Here, let's see. I don't want to do that. I don't want to touch that.
While Sean was relaxing on his couch,
Let's see.
Richard was inside
We
the
got
bedroom spilling
super
the
likes. We got
$62.61
$62.61 from there. 16 different super likes.
inside a heater vent in the living room.
Man, that's
She
amazing,
hated it,
guys.
but he assured her that he would get rid of it as soon as he could.
Already,
That
4
night,
days
Sean
did that.
stayed at Angel's house, so
4
Richard snuck
days.
the gun out of his house and put it in the garbage can at his grandfather's house. The next day, Detective Mitchell asked
Then we got 2
Sean
more
and Richard to
subscribers
come to
just
the
now.
station for
Man,
a
you guys
follow-up
are.
interview. Sean made an excuse but
Amazing.
promised to come by later that day. Richard arrived right away.
I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I think I'm gonna do more.
He had the day before, but the detective knew
Now I
he
gotta
was
get the
lying.
lights.
He just flat out told him he knew and that the team needed to come
Shoot,
clean.
I'm going for
Richard said he was
100,000.
afraid of Sean, but after a brief pause, he admitted that Sean
I'll
had
slow down
indeed
at
killed
100,000.
Lee and Vonda Belafato. When Mitchell asked where the gun was, Richard told him the truth, and the detective grabbed his keys and had the boy taken there. Fortunately, the garbage hadn't been picked up by then, and when they searched the can, they found the gun wrapped in a towel, placed in a pizza box, shoved in a plastic bag, and then placed under a different plastic bag. It would contain the evidence they needed to prove that Sean was the murderer. On the trip to retrieve the murder weapon, Detective Mitchell asked Richard about the Circle K murder, and with a sigh, Richard admitted that Sean had committed that crime as well. Richard's story of the night differed quite a bit from Sean's version. He told the detective that he hadn't been inside the shop when Robert was killed and only helped return the gun to his grandfather's house. Even so, the detective read Richard his rights and placed him under arrest as soon as they returned to the police station. Richard's grandfather eventually brought the .357 in question to the police station and turned it over to investigators. When Sean showed up at the police station not long after that, he was quickly placed under arrest for the murder of his mother and stepfather. When they tried to question the teen, he refused to say anything. At the same time, Richard was in the other room giving a full and detailed account of what happened on the evening of March 5th. Then Detective Bill Cook was approached by Detective Mitchell, who said, quote, "I think we just solved the Circle K murder." Cook's jaw dropped, and despite being about to head home, he accompanied Mitchell into the interview room and was introduced to Richard, who had quite a story for him. When Richard was about finished with his statement about both murders, he told the detective that Sean said that if he were ever caught, he would just plead insanity, and it seemed that he was not lying. Sean Sellers was charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder, and Richard was charged with 1 count of first-degree murder. At that point, his claims of not being inside when Robert was shot didn't help him. Sean was going to be tried as an adult, but his defense filed a motion to move the case to juvenile court. That required Sean to undergo a psychiatric evaluation, and of course, that suited Sean just fine. He, as mentioned to his best friend, was going to plead insanity. In his initial evaluations, the doctor determined that he had an atypical personality disorder and showed signs of psychopathy. The problem was, being a psychopath isn't considered a mental illness that would deem you unable to be found guilty in court, so Sean wouldn't be using his fallback plan during the trial. Instead, he tried another tactic. He claimed that he was attacked by demons while in jail because he read a passage from the Bible. He claimed that he woke up in jail one day and learned that he had been arrested for murder. He was trying to get people to believe that he was under the control of a demon and it wasn't him who had committed the murders. Sure. According to him, he had no idea he had committed any murders when he came to in his cell, which is strange because he was still able to perfectly describe what he did during both murders. He would say in a later interview that he was proven to have multiple personality disorder, which is now called dissociative identity disorder. Supposedly, he was suddenly diagnosed with it 7 years after he was arrested. That's complete and utter nonsense. It was determined that, due to his above-average intelligence and the fact that the juvenile treatment options would not guarantee that he would not
later ordered.
Released, he was to be tried as an adult. On top of that,
the
prosecutor was seeking the death penalty.
Friday.
At the trial, the defense tried to claim
Friday night.
possessed by a demon when he committed murder, but
Be
nobody
able to put
was
him up.
buying that.
Hopefully.
The defense also tried to play up Sean's
What
addiction
else
to
does it
Dungeons
come
and
with?
Dragons, but Sean would always
People usually
maintain
buy
that
with
D&D had nothing to do with the murders. Many people testified, including Richard, who had taken a deal in return for his testimony. Despite the defense trying to paint Sean as someone who wasn't responsible for his actions because he was possessed by a demon, the jury found him guilty on all counts and Sean was sentenced to death. Now, of course, that created quite a bit of controversy. Sentencing a 16-year-old to death is frowned upon in most developed countries, and today there are strict guidelines in the United States against giving anyone under the age of 18 a death sentence. But at the time, in the state of Oklahoma, it was an available option for someone being tried as an adult. There were many organizations that fought against the sentence and tried to get Sean off of death row, and they were all unsuccessful. I'm not in support of executing minors, but it's what happened in this case, and there's nothing we can do to change that. I do think that some of Sean's methods of trying to get off of death row were BS. Of course, even before the trial, Sean had his major religious conversion and became a devout Christian, and that was all complete and utter bullshit. Sean is a manipulator, and his religious awakening was no different. He would do an interview just days before his execution where he went on and on about how he shouldn't be executed because he had changed and he wasn't the person he was when he committed the murder. It was quite obvious that he wanted to use his Christian conversion as a means of weaseling his way out of responsibility, just like he thought he could use an insanity plea. He would go on to write a book about his religious conversion and even went on Geraldo and the Oprah Winfrey Show to try to gain support. He thought he could manipulate people into believing he was insane, Then he thought he could manipulate people into believing he was a Christian, and neither of them worked. Most of his own family said they didn't believe that his conversion was real. During the appeals process, Sean cited his dissociative personality and religious conversion as the reason his death sentence should be overturned, but the appeal was denied. Psychiatrists have said that his mental health diagnosis would have been received shortly after his arrest, not 7 years later. Prison staff have also said that they saw Sean rehearsing his evidence of mental illness and receiving coaching from his lawyers. Sean appealed to the clemency court and the Supreme Court, and both of those were denied as well. Sean Sellers was executed by lethal injection on February 4th, 1999, with his step-siblings watching. He made a statement directed at his siblings saying, quote, "All the people that are hating me right now and are here waiting to see me die, when you wake up in the morning, you're not going to feel any different. You're going to hate me just as much tomorrow as tonight. When you wake up and nothing has changed inside, reach out to God and He will be there for you. Reach out to God and He will heal you. Let Him touch your hearts. Don't hate all your lives. I love you all." One of his step-siblings noticed the same thing I did regarding his statement, that he made no apology for his actions, just told them how his death wasn't going to change their feelings. What a dick. Then he went on to talk about religion, because, like every other narcissistic murderer,
Okay, I have seen the pool color changing lights and be a trend lately, so I just got this 3-bar kit. It's for under cabinets, is what it says. I'm going to be putting it under a buffet table to kind of light up our kitchen at night, our dining area. So I'm going to install this and we'll see how it turns out. Hardware, instructions, monitor, holders here. Overall, this is like one of the coolest things we've added to our house. Way up.
And he wanted to control his own life by removing his parents from the picture. Sean was not a satanic priest or a born-again Christian. He was simply a monster. If you're a fan of true crime, hit subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss an episode. You can also hit like or leave us a comment. You can check out our other show, Somewhere Sinister, on YouTube or anywhere that you listen to podcasts. If you'd like to support the show, check out our merchandise at thisismonsters.com. The link is in the description. Thanks again, and be safe.
In the illustrious annals of human achievement, alongside Einstein, Shakespeare, and Armstrong, stands a titan. Behold a man whose fingers danced on arcade buttons with unparalleled grace.
Ask Billy question, no cursing. You understand me? Billy Mitchell runs a clean shop.
Hey, if you want, I bet you we could stand here all fucking day and have this going. I know. You gotta edit that because I'm cussing.
A symphony of lips and boots, singing a sweet song of victory. In the year of our
I never questioned Billy Mitchell in the beginning because I believed everything he was telling me. Why would he lie to me or his close friend?
1982, one name was etched into eternity. First conquering Donkey Kong with a high score so monumental, it became a beacon for gamers everywhere, illuminating the path of gaming glory for decades to come. 874th.
You don't have to deny. You have to live in denial for a long time until the lie catches up. You have to remember all the fucking lies you told to keep the story straight.
You guys know more lies than
And the stress and the stress and the stress.
What is going on here?
apparently some of them sleep like babies.
With first a whisper and then a flash, humanity bore witness.
To
Bill Mitchell's assumption is that he didn't think that Bill Basile had the perfect Pac-Man. After going to Bill Basile's house and seeing a photo that was in the 80s, it sort of corroborates that maybe possibly looking at things that Bill Basile possibly might be having a
Transcendent Donkey Kong scores. Each announcing with unmistakable majesty the dawn of a new epoch of video. Wimbala. 1,047,200. 1,050,200. 1 million.
Joystick, blacktop. Is it always a blacktop? Never seen anyone but oh no, I have seen other ones. I've never played on one other than a blacktop. If it wasn't black, I would have played it. Why no? Because the other joysticks are not real joysticks. They're not Donkey Kong joysticks.
62,000.
This video is talking about Donkey Kong.
Prepare yourself, dear viewer, for you are about to learn of a tale so extraordinary that it's...
Everything will be transparent. Everything will be available. Witnesses, documents, everything will be made available to you. Nothing will be withheld. You absolutely have my commitment.
as a testament to the boundless potential nestled within the human spirit. As a tapestry of twin galaxy high scores and Guinness World Records unfurl behind him, like a resplendent cloak of retro video gaming royalty, I introduce to you the tale of Billy Mitchell, the undisputed, unparalleled king of Kong, the video game player of the...
Never any statement from Namco that they crowned Billy Player of the Century. No reporting at the time reported this, and the plaque itself doesn't even say it. It's almost as if Billy Mitchell made it up.
So you're even given two different plaque awards from Namco. Right, it's like I said earlier. And this is one of them, the other one's Player of the Century? That's correct. Do you have any copies of the Player of the Century plaque? No. Any pictures of it? I guess no, I'd have to look for them. I don't know if I do. Have you looked for any of those pictures? I haven't found any to...
The century.
In the world of classic arcade gaming, there are few names as iconic and divisive as Billy Mitchell. First introduced to many in the 2007 documentary, The King of Kong, Fistful of Quarters, Mitchell wasn't portrayed as just any old retro gamer. He was the reigning champion, the established kingpin of Donkey Kong, an undeniable presence with a flair for the dramatic, a persona that one could be forgiven for assuming was a character, that he was willingly assuming the role of heel.
Thank you guys. $1, what? Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Fortune, if everything's rolling my way, if all these balls have bounced in my favor,
I just need to get a membership.
more bastards out there. Who's getting the screws?
Membership.
Now opposite him stood Steve Wiebe.
I
in almost every
appreciate you,
way a
man.
stark contrast to Mitchell's
Let me
apparent
check that
sexy
out.
bravado. Portrayed as the genuine, soft-spoken family man, the underdog challenger with quiet humility, respectable
39
determination, and a
more.
heart on his
How that
sleeve
by the time I wake up, I
Wiebe
guess,
was
huh?
quite obviously the protagonist of the story.
Thank you.
His talent is in his hands. He pitched. He was a basketball.
Now, as the documentary unfolds, we see that Mitchell's reputation is built on so much more than just his gameplay, for better or worse. Unlike Wiebe, who we see traveling across the country on multiple
Appreciate you,
occasions, put his
JG.
skills to the test in live and
JG
environments,
came
we
through
never
with the
actually see
super.
Billy play
Okay,
at all.
thank you,
Him
man.
even refusing to show up and compete against Wiebe at a venue mere miles from Billy's house in Florida, when Steve had flown all the way from Washington State.
I told him last night that he had to come. That there's
Well,
no reason for him not to
I'll be
come.
doing these at random, so make sure you turn on those notifications to make sure you know when I go on live or post anything.
Give myself a
So I
chance
post
to
at
get the world
random,
record
and
be a
I
Guinness.
post a
hope he
lot
at
at
least
one time.
come 10 miles and put his game on the line.
Now, with what's obviously intentionally cut to highlight the painful irony, We witnessed in real time Billy's complete lack of willingness to actually perform under pressure of live in-person competition.
Oh man, you gotta send another $1 because of that
But how
though.
that's the only way to truly earn respect from your competition, to prove that you're the best, something he claims he's earned.
Video games are meant to be played in a competitive environment, under pressure, organized,
I'm over
where you
here.
have to perform.
I just ordered some
literally
lights,
on demand. You have far more credibility.
so I don't gotta worry about
than
having this
someone
one
who
on.
says, "Oh, I did that last week." If you don't play when you have to play, if you don't play when the pressure's on,
I don't
you're
know
really not
what
good
is
enough.
going on in this.
Eventually culminating in one of the film's most iconic moments, when Weeby successfully achieves a new world record of 985,600 points, live at Fun Spot in New Hampshire, only for that moment to be instantly crushed by the deviously timed release of a videotaped performance for Billy, who we see at the time sitting on his couch back in Florida, far away from any real competitive pressure. A tape where he allegedly achieves a score of 1,047,200. The score that would come to be known as the King of Kong score,
Shots.
completely overshadowing Weeby's accomplishment mere moments after it happened.
You got
These kinds of
actual,
tactics
like,
from Billy, his approach to
allergy shots,
competition,
not
as well as some of
allergy
the other
shots,
seemingly devious and evasive
kind of
actions
sun
represented in
shots
the
on
documentary, not only
in
raised
my
quite a few
arms.
eyebrows for many people questioning the sportsmanship or ethics around this kind of behavior, but also raised questions from others about the authenticity of his gameplay and the integrity of some of his achievements. A recurring sentiment throughout the film, both from Billy himself as well as from others in the gaming community, was that Billy Mitchell always has a plan. Now, this statement, seemingly innocuous at first, takes on a more insidious undertone as the documentary progressed. The audience is asked to ponder if Billy is simply a strategic thinker, always a step ahead, or if this alludes to a more cunning, perhaps even nefarious nature. One thing was clear for sure. For Billy himself, being perceived as
Lights are
success wasn't
ordered.
just a goal, it was an imperative. A meticulously crafted
So
image
it
he was determined to
says
maintain at all costs.
tomorrow. Okay, cool. Man, my shit hurts.
Now, in the annals of video game history, Billy Mitchell's perfect Pac-Man score in 1999 stands as a significant
What does that
milestone,
mean?
especially if you hear Billy himself talk about it.
It was kind of like Neil Armstrong going to the moon.
Yet even in 1999, 8 years before the outside world would be introduced to the competitive retro gaming subculture and history as seen in The King of Kong, there was already layers of contention and intrigue beneath the surface of this celebrated achievement. While the larger gaming world might have marveled at his accomplishment, whispers from some of the most important figures within the community seemed to suggest a slightly different narrative, one that was more in line with the kinds of shenanigans we'd come to know almost a decade later. Now, Twin Galaxies, the self-proclaimed official scorekeepers for the world of video gaming, with a history dating back to the early 1980s, was a central player in this tale. As the main adjudicating body for arcade game records, it held significant sway over the narrative of gaming greatness. And the character of Billy Mitchell, with his charismatic flair and ever-growing list of accomplishments that he couldn't go without ensuring you heard about, was very much their poster child. Now, the tale of the first perfect score is not only muddled by the fact that there's quite a lot of evidence to reasonably conclude that at least one other person had achieved this over a decade prior to Billy, but it's further complicated by the fact that it was allegedly done in the face of a gentleman's agreement between some of the most well-known and respected top competitors. These elite players had allegedly decided as a group to pursue the elusive perfect score live, head-to-head, at an annual event at that same Fun Spot in New Hampshire. Yet Mitchell, seemingly sidestepping this pact, captured the score on his own terms, months ahead of the anticipated and agreed-upon showdown. Now, this achievement, now not only having questionable veracity, but also coming along with the baggage of having been done under morally questionable circumstances, also came along with another claim by Billy, that it would result in him being heralded as the video game player of the century, a title bestowed upon him by Masaya Nakamura, founder of Namco. Just one more claim that has not worked out. Recent findings have begun to test this narrative, strongly suggesting that perhaps Namco's endorsement was a fabrication, retrofitted to the story to lend further credibility and bestow even more prestige onto Billy. The story goes so much deeper than anybody could have imagined, and is fraught with what can only be described described as a scorched earth policy from Mitchell himself, seemingly towards any and all criticism or accusation, resulting in countless lawsuits that show all of the hallmarks of having the primary goal of intimidating and silencing critics in hopes of controlling the narrative over both him as a person as well as the legitimacy of his alleged accomplishments, trying to protect his legacy that he spent the better part of 4 decades constructing in one way or another at all costs. Billy Mitchell's journey in the gaming world is as much about high scores as it's about perception, deception, and the power of narrative. And in 2018, everything would change, with a number of allegations that would initiate the unraveling of a legacy for a once untouchable arcade icon. In August of 2017, Jeremy Young, aka Zelnia, a moderator of the Donkey Kong forums, opened up a dispute thread on the Twin Galaxies forums, challenging the legitimacy of one of Billy Mitchell's world record Donkey Kong scores, referencing a lack of evidence that the record actually occurred as it had been claimed, as well as multiple pieces of circumstantial evidence supporting the idea that perhaps not everybody involved in these events were necessarily telling the whole truth about what really happened. This thread would ultimately continue for over 370 pages over the course of 3 years, and would end up delving far deeper and reaching far wider than anybody could have ever imagined, with the major turning point in the case not coming from the initial claims that were raised, but instead 6 months later in February 2018, when a massive dump of evidence was dropped on the community, resulting from an in-depth video analysis done by the same Jeremy Young on what was allegedly the tapes of 3 of Billy Mitchell's most well-known Donkey Kong world record scores. The conclusion of this analysis was the claim that his findings proved conclusively that the 3 scores that would eventually come to be known as the King of Kong score, the Mortgage Broker score, and the Boomer score were not done on original Donkey Kong arcade hardware, but rather generated on something called MAME. And if true, not only would that mean that those scores would be disqualified, but by most interpretations would ultimately mean that Billy Mitchell knowingly cheated to achieve multiple world record scores. This analysis and what followed as a result would eventually lead to all 3 of these scores being removed from Twin Galaxies leaderboards, no longer recognized as legitimate world records, as well as resulting in those scores that were previously featured in the Guinness Book of World Records being removed, initiating a cascade of lawsuits between Billy Mitchell and basically anybody that got involved in one way or another, with multiple lawsuits still ongoing to this day. So, what the hell is this main thing that everybody keeps talking about? And what exactly did Jeremy Young's analysis actually say? Buckle up, boys and girls, because things are about to get spicy.
And the fact of the matter is, everybody is looking at the film, and everybody is questioning the fact, was it arcade or was it MAME?
What is MAME exactly, for those who may not know?
I've never even played MAME. I don't have MAME loaded in my home. But basically, MAME is an emulation of what is in the arcade. It's just not the arcade.
The multiple arcade machine emulator, aka MAME, is, well, exactly what it sounds like. It's a free and open source emulator designed to replicate the hardware of many classic arcade systems in an attempt to both educate and preserve knowledge of how these classic systems were designed and built. Since its creation, MAME was commonly used by folks who wanted to play these classic games that might not have access to the original hardware. And much like emulators for all kinds of other systems and consoles to this day, it was also utilized by people to practice for competitive play on original arcade machines, and even for competitive purposes itself. Now, as was mirrored in this Twin Galaxies thread from over 15 years ago, despite being extremely similar in most regards, emulators are not necessarily 100% accurate to the original hardware, with the various differences between each ranging from imperceptible to blatantly obvious. Now, while MAME is an accepted platform for competitive purposes, scores that are played on MAME and submitted to Twin Galaxies leaderboards belong in their own categories entirely, separate from the leaderboards dedicated to scores on original hardware. Now, due to some of the differences that I just mentioned, including but not limited to the presence of additional features that are beyond the capabilities of the original hardware, such as custom settings or cheats that allow you to manipulate many aspects of the gameplay, such as the speed the game is played at, for example, it's common for there to be different rules or acceptance criteria for submitted scores done on an emulator, like requiring additional files that are created by the emulator itself, tracking the inputs of the player, the settings that were used for the gameplay, that sort of thing. So why exactly is MAME relevant to this story? Well, that's where those pesky differences between gameplay done on original hardware versus those done via emulation comes into play. But it turns out that, up until this point, evidence of some previously unknown differences between Donkey Kong gameplay done on arcade hardware versus emulation might have been hiding in plain sight for over a decade, in quite the unfortunate location. The following is going to be a summary largely based on two pieces of work. The first being the evidence presented by Jeremy Young in his February 2018 post, and the second being a document entitled Comprehensive Analysis and Case Study of Donkey Kong Main and Arcade Video Output, published by Tanner Fawkins in September 2022. Fawkins is an electrical engineer with a master's degree from Missouri University of Science and Technology, who also happens to be the youngest person ever to reach the Donkey Kong kill screen at the age of 16, and is also one of the founders of a company that designs direct capture hardware for Donkey Kong arcade machines, seemingly the perfect combination of skills and interests relevant to this story. Allow me to summarize as best as I can my understanding of the most relevant high-level details shared by both Young and Fawkins. I highly suggest anybody who's interested in this subject refer to the original Twin Galaxies dispute thread and the original analysis document, which I've provided in my reference doc linked in the description, as this is merely my personal understanding of their findings, condensed and simplified, along with visuals that I've created from a mixture of their source material as well as my own for easier consumption. So along with some interesting history and backstory, Fawkins explains in his paper how these old arcade machines were designed primarily for use with CRT televisions, as well as how RGB signals are sent from the arcade PCBs to the displays. The most important takeaway at this point, put as simply as possible, is that the color information that's sent to monitors comes along with additional data outside of the red, green, and blue color information. And this data is used by the monitor to synchronize the incoming video signal with its own refresh rate. If the monitor doesn't properly sync with the input signal, then the resulting output is basically foobar. Now on that note, there are a few noteworthy things about Donkey Kong's video output that we should get out of the way. First is that its vertical refresh rate is 60.60606 Hz, and that's what determines how many times per second the image is generated from top to bottom. The second is that the screen's orientation is actually vertical inside of the arcade cabinet itself, with the TV being rotated 90 degrees counterclockwise, and I'll quote directly from Fawkins' paper here. Due to this scanning mechanism and RGB video standard itself, the output video from a 240p arcade game will always draw in the same orientation, assuming the input video hardware and software are unmodified and the screen data is read in the same order from memory. So what all of this means is that the direct video output from an unmodified Donkey Kong cabinet to a normally oriented monitor will always result in the picture on screen being rotated 90 degrees clockwise. Now, interestingly enough, there's one more fortunate fact that's quite relevant to this discussion, and that's that earlier versions of MAME incorrectly handled the orientation adjustment. So all versions of MAME displayed the image rotated in the wrong direction by default up until about 2018, which conveniently acts as a marker for MAME gameplay versus arcade. As you can see from this picture, when an arcade machine outputs video to a TV, the TV needs to be put on its left side in order for the video to be properly. Whereas on the opposite side of this picture, we can see that the TV needs to be on its right side because the video is coming from those older versions of MAME. You're going to want to keep this in mind for later. We'll be coming back to it. Now it's at this point where we need to introduce the concept that's at the heart of all of this.
Getting my nerves.
On June 27, 1997, the caretaker of the Tomogaoka Junior High School in Kobe, Japan, arrived in the morning to start his shift. When he went to enter the property, he found the severed head of a young boy stuck on the gate at the front of the school with a note stuffed in his mouth. The The note taunted police, stating, quote, "It is a thrill for me to commit murder." The police began investigating the horrific crime, and the community would be shocked to learn that the killer was only 14 years old.
What?
This is Monsters.
That's crazy.
The boy responsible was born on July 7th, 1982 in Kobe, Japan, and lived with his parents, two brothers, and his grandmother. At the time of his crime, he was 14 years old, and due to his age, his identity has never been officially released. But some articles in the news claim his real name was Shinichiro Azuma. In the note left at the scene, and in letters he would eventually send to the media, the boy labeled himself as Sato Sakakibara. As a child, he didn't have a strong opinion of himself. He believed he was dirty and that there was something wrong with him. His grandmother was the one who nurtured him the most in an attempt to help improve his self-esteem. But when she died, he spiraled out of control. He became obsessed with death. He started carrying weapons with him and wrote in his journal, quote, "I can ease my irritation when I'm holding a survival knife or spinning scissors like a pistol." Like many young psychopaths, Sato started catching and killing small animals. He would first catch slugs and study them, often cutting them open to see their insides. It's likely that his fascination started with slugs because that's what he always compared himself to. He said he didn't have a shell, so he couldn't be a snail. Instead, he would have to build a shell on the inside of his body. He moved from slugs to frogs and then on to birds and stray cats. That led to an epidemic of more mutilated animals being discovered in the area as his obsession with death grew stronger. Eventually, his feelings about death became sexual, and Sato would pleasure himself after killing, and even pleasured himself at the sight of his grandmother's grave. Though he continued his deviant behavior, it made him feel even more shameful about himself and his own disgusting actions. As Sato hit middle school, he said he started becoming bored of killing small animals and started fantasizing about how it would feel to murder a human being. On February 10th, 1997, Sato saw two young girls walk into school and attacked them with a hammer. They both survived, but it was reported that one of them suffered serious injuries. They would later describe the attacker as wearing a school uniform and carrying a book bag. From there, people believed that the attacker was a teenager. On March 16th, Sato was in a park when he saw 10-year-old Ayaki Yamashita sitting alone, and he asked her if there was a place he could wash his hands. She accompanied him to a nearby school, and after washing his hands, he attacked her from behind as she was looking the other way. He struck her on the head with the hammer and fled. She was discovered soon after and rushed to the hospital. That same day, Sato used a knife to slash a young girl across the stomach, but the girl ended up surviving the attack. That night, in his journal, he wrote, quote, "I carried out sacred experiments today to confirm how fragile human beings are. I brought the hammer down when the girl turned to face me. I think I hit her a few times, but I was too excited to remember." 12 days later, Ayaka died, and after he heard the news, he wrote, quote, "This morning my mom told me, poor girl, the girl who was attacked seems to have died. There is no sign of my being caught." Then he thanked a made-up god he had created and asked the god to continue to watch over him. On May 27th, a severed head was discovered on the gate of the Tomogaoka Junior High School. It was found early by the school caretaker, fortunately before the children arrived that day. It was determined that the head belonged to 10-year-old June Hase and had been removed somewhere else with a knife or a saw. The eyes were missing from the sockets, and there were X-shaped cut marks carved into them. 2 days prior, June left his house on his way to his grandfather's house when he ran into Sato. Sato was friends with his older brother, so he felt comfortable around the teenager. Sato told June that he had seen a giant purple turtle and lured him to a secluded area where he strangled and dismembered him. Sato hid the body near a water tank on a hill in an area called Tank Mountain while he went to his grandfather's house and retrieved a handsaw. He used that to remove June's head and left the body near the water tank. Then he took the head home and carried out what he described as acts worse than murder. You'll have to use your imagination on that one, as he didn't clarify what he actually meant. The following day, June was reported missing. Police were told that the boy had never arrived at his grandfather's house and also hadn't returned back home. His head was found at the school the next morning. The note in his mouth, written in red ink, read, quote, "This is the beginning of the game. Try to stop me if you can, you stupid police. I desperately want to see people die. It is a thrill for me to commit murder. A bloody judgment is needed for my years of great bitterness." There were also some English words misspelled, reading "shul killer." It's believed that Sato likely intended it to say "school killer." Investigators said that the case reminded them of the Zodiac Killer, and it's believed that Sato was fascinated with that American case. On June 6th, a local newspaper received a letter from Sato where he claimed responsibility for the murder of June. The letter was 3 pages long, and he explained that his name was Sato Sakakibara by combining the kanji characters for alcohol, devil, rose, saint, and fight. He also included a little drawing that was similar to the symbol used by the Zodiac Killer. Part of the letter read, quote, "Now is the beginning of the game. I am putting my life at stake for the sake of this game. If I'm caught, I'll probably be hanged. Police should be angrier and more tenacious in pursuing me. It's only when I kill that I am liberated from the constant hatred that I suffer and that I'm able to attain peace. It's only when I give pain to people that I can ease my own pain." When the news reported about the letter, they pronounced his name as Onibara, which led Sato to send another letter saying, quote, "From now on, if you misread my name or spoil my mood, I will kill 3 vegetables a week. If you think I can only kill children, you are greatly mistaken." Now, I know what you're thinking. He's gonna kill vegetables? Was that a mistranslation from Japanese? No. Apparently, Sato's parents would encourage him when he played sports by saying, quote, "If you were nervous at your athletic meet, picture the people around you as vegetables." That caused Sato to start referring to the people around him as vegetables. It didn't take authorities long to track down who was responsible for the murder. Sato's history of killing cats was no secret. Along with the severed head, he had also left some mutilated cats at the scene of the school. Since he personally knew June, investigators quickly put the puzzle pieces together. Sato Sakakibara was arrested on June 28, 1997. He made a full confession to the murder of June Hase and to the murder of Ayaka Yamashita, along with the other attacks. Due to his young age, he was referred to as Boy A during the court proceedings. The media quickly claimed that his real name was Shinichiro Azuma, but that was never confirmed. The principal at Sato's school didn't believe the teen had actually committed the crimes. His confession contained details that he said were hard to believe. Also, the letters were well written, but Sato was a poor student with bad grades. Of course, that could all be chalked up to the teen just not performing well at school because he didn't care. When his mother visited him in jail after the arrest, she asked him directly if he was guilty, and he said yes. When Sato's room was searched, authorities found a large quantity of manga and pornography, so that, along with violent movies, became the scapegoat in this case. In his room, they found his journal in which he recounted all of the crimes. They were also able to use it to compare the handwriting and the note in the letters to the media. The girl who survived being slashed across the stomach was able to identify him. Sato would also end up taking the police to June's remains, so if there was any questions about his guilt, it was pretty much erased by that point. It was also revealed that his mother had been told by a social worker when Sato was younger that he was unstable, but she ignored the warning. She actually became more strict with him, demanding he excelled at school when he was first enrolled at the age of 6. She knew about his abuse of animals, but chose to look the other way. At the time of the crime, the age of criminal responsibility in Japan was 16 years old. That meant that a juvenile under that age would not be held responsible for a crime. Because of that, Sato was sent to a juvenile reform center instead of receiving a death sentence like he would have if he had been at least 16 years old. Due to the heinousness of this crime, that age was lowered to 14 in 2000. It has since been debated that the age needs to be lowered further since, in 2004, 12-year-old Satomi Mataro was slashed to death with a box cutter in an empty classroom by an 11-year-old classmate only known as Girl A. Due to the severity of that crime, her age was overlooked and she was sent to a reform school for 4 years. She was released in 2008. In 2007, amendments made to the Juvenile Act permitted family courts to commit children as young as 11 to juvenile training schools. In 1997, Sato was sent to a youth reform center in western Tokyo, where he received mental health treatment and counseling. After a few years, he was sent to a standard youth program, but it was ultimately determined that he wasn't ready for that and was sent back to the psychiatric facility soon after. In March of 2003, the parole board agreed to release him. The parole board stated that they believed that he had been rehabilitated to a desirable level and that they believed he could be returned to society. The chairman of the parole board said, quote, "The board has interviewed the man on various occasions and closely examined his correctional state. We came to conclude that the psychiatric care and the correctional education of the reformatories have obtained good results." Upon his release, he was provided a location to live and instructions on how to operate his daily life. That location was kept secret for his own protection. Since he was a minor at the time of the crime, his name continued to be withheld. Sato stated that he regretted his actions and that he was haunted by the image of himself strangling his victims. He said that he wanted to do something to pay the families back for what he had done, but it seems like that would never actually happen. His parole was only for 1 year, and when it was up, Sato moved away and went into seclusion. His own father said he wasn't in contact after that, but it wouldn't stay that way forever. In 2015, Sato was thrust back into the spotlight when he published a book called Zeka. It was an autobiography that detailed the lead-up to his crimes and specifically the murder of Jun Hase. Since there isn't a law against profiting off your own crime in Japan, the profits from the book went directly to Sato. And despite his prior comment about paying the families back, he has not given any money to the families of his victims. He also published a website where he promoted his book and posted strange pictures that were either drawings or images photoshopping himself into strange animals. The website was up for only a year before being taken down. It's not clear who took it down or if the website just expired. After the book was released, a tabloid published his name again and posted his location as being Saitama and that he worked in construction. It claimed he was married and had a child. People say he remained in the area for at least 2 years before disappearing again. He's not been seen or heard of since then. The human brain doesn't finish fully developing until the mid to late 20s. The last part of the brain to do so is the prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for decision-making, so it's understandable to not want to punish juvenile offenders for the rest of their lives. Fortunately, Sato Sakakibara seems to have gotten out and not hurt anybody else, but it's still hard to not call him a monster. If you're a fan of true crime, hit subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss an episode. You can also hit like or leave us a comment. You can check out our other show, Somewhere Sinister, on YouTube or anywhere you listen to podcasts. If you'd like to support the show, check out our merchandise at thisismonsters.com. The link is in the description. Thanks again, and be safe.
Hey you, and welcome. My name's Mike, and in this old new baby video, we're talking about the unluckiness of Mackenzie Lueck. Mackenzie was a student at the University of Utah. Oh boy, once again, we're in Utah. Huzzah. And one day, she perused the website looking for, well, not love. And
And she didn't find it there either, spoiler alert. Instead, she would find the author of a book that's so bad it's kind of funny. But the rest of the story isn't funny. So, let's give it a view, you and I, come on. It all started when Mackenzie stopped replying to text messages, stopped opening Snapchats she was getting from, well, she generally just went AWOL from her friends and family in June 2019. See, around that time, Mackenzie's grandmother, whom she was close with, had recently passed away, so when she began ghosting people, it seemed like, you know, she's more than likely just in mourning for Granny and didn't want to talk to anyone. Mackenzie, she was from California. She'd actually just come back from there to Utah after attending her Granny's funeral. At age 23, she was the second oldest of 4 children, and the only girl. She'd grown up with her family in El Segundo, attended high school there, and now she was in Utah, Utah. She was a student at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City, majoring in kinesiology? That's not right, and pre-nursing. After a few days, when, well, nobody could get through to her, find out where she was, it was on the 20th of June at about 4 p.m. that her dad called the Salt Lake City Police Department to report her missing. See, she had just been with her family, and then on the 17th of June, she flew back to Salt Lake International Airport. But then, she simply disappeared. The last thing anyone knew was a text she'd sent when she landed in Salt Lake City in the early hours of June 17th, around 2 a.m. She texted her mother, landed, love you, mama. The search for Mackenzie and trying to find out where she'd gone after she'd landed then began. It appeared that once she got off the plane and out of the airport, she got into a lift. And from there, nobody knew. Did she get into the car? It drove? There was some kind of car accident? Did a drug try to steal her away? Well, that's what the search aimed to find out. That's why it's called a search. Her university classmates and friends were out in full force spreading the word.
Missing posters continue to pepper Salt Lake City streets, hoping to find an answer to the question, what happened to Mackenzie Lueck?
Where could she have gone? Her car has not been moved. Things are adding.
Mackenzie hasn't been heard from in nearly a week.
She's been missing since Monday.
The police have said that they have no reason to believe she's in danger, but at this point, it's been 7 days. Mackenzie, if you can hear this, we are all worried and looking out for you 24/7.
Now, the cops were kind of slow to act. Sure, be grand. You know, they weren't exactly itching and raring to go. And I'll tell you what, you can disappear if you want, if you really, really want. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it. That's kind of a dickish thing to do to, your friends and family. But, it's not against the law. And she was 23 years old. She wanted to go off on a bit of a wander about the place, she could. And there was no signs of foul play, at this time. The police thought that's exactly what happened. And she would turn up one way or the other. Which is not very helpful. It would be over a week after, she had last been heard from on June 25th, that they'd be like, all right, here, feck's sake, we'll do a press conference. Jamie, Jesus.
We have a still photo pulled from the airport surveillance cameras showing Mackenzie during the time she spent in the airport after her flight landed. Going by the timestamps on the video, she deplaned at 2:09 a.m. and got into the lift at 2:40 a.m. Over the course of approximately 31 minutes, Mackenzie walked through the outlet to catch the lift with a quick stop to pick up her luggage. She did not appear to talk to anyone in the airport.
That's when they got the finger out. And that's when they also released their images of her at the airport.
I would like to say again, Mackenzie, in the case you just want to be left alone, please let us know you were safe.
That's when the police tracked down and spoke to that lift driver, who said, I picked her up at the airport, we drove, dropped her off, dropped her off safe and sound. But he didn't drop her off at home. Not that he would know where her home is. I'm paraphrasing here. Instead, he picked her up from the airport and dropped her off at a park at about 3 a.m. There, the Lyft driver said she got out of the car, and he saw her meet with someone and get in their car before driving off. This was confirmed to be, plausible. He had left her there, confirmed via phone and call data, and he had picked somebody else up right after.
Detectives have spoken with the Lyft driver and learned that Mackenzie was met at the park by an individual in a vehicle. The Lyft driver left Mackenzie at the park with that person and stated that Mackenzie did not appear to be in any type of distress. We have not yet confirmed the make and model of the car or a description of the person.
SHIT is getting pretty real. Excuse my language. So, yeah. And what, secrets did, old Mackenzie have? Well, her friends would say she was shy and looking for her own path forward, for want of a better word. She grew up in the Church of Latter-day Saints, but seemingly wasn't really into that sort of stuff, which is, ironic because she moved to Utah. They knew she was trying to be more outgoing, more adventurous. Meeting somebody in a park at 3 a.m., probably not the kind of adventurous anybody really wants to be, but the Lyft driver said they seemed friendly, casual. It seemed like she knew whoever this guy was. It was then that something happened completely by chance. Actually, it happened a couple of weeks earlier.
3 weeks before Mackenzie Lueck disappeared, private investigator Rob Joseph randomly met the University of Utah student at a downtown bar.
I became aware that Mackenzie's the girl that went missing.
For Joseph, her disappearance became a personal quest to find out what happened.
I believe this was her first contact with this guy.
Joseph, a former Salt Lake City police officer, has been uncovering leads since Monday.
While at a bar in the city, a former cop turned private eye had actually met Mackenzie and they started chatting, just randomly. And she just happened to reveal to him that she was on a dating website, a very specific one called Seeking Arrangements. It's, if you're looking to find yourself an L, literally L, sugar daddy. On this place, you can, quote, upgrade your relationship from whatever piece of shit relationship you're in right now with some loser to some rich old guy that will mentor, pamper, and also have 3 other sugar babies. Not gonna lie, that seems kind of, dodgy, kind of weird. But whatever floats your boat, Becca, get as much money out of these old bastards as you can. Her profile on that site was then quickly found. And it seems from her Facebook posts that this was, something she was more than familiar with. So then, likely, whoever's car she got into had something to do with that. Whoever, would soon be revealed when they got a hold of Mackenzie's phone records, and it showed that she had been in contact with a fella named AJ. AJ's phone was also in the park that night within 1 minute of Mackenzie's phone being there. So, yeah.
After days of silence, a move on Mackenzie's Instagram account. This happened yesterday. It suddenly followed a page called Fatherless, and that is what led police to a home in Fair Park. The owner of that house now being called a person of interest.
So the police then decided, hey, maybe we should head on over, start yapping away with him, have a goo at his place. Which they did. Roll the body cam.
Yeah, they didn't give me the search warrant. I authorized it with phone. And then when they said search warrant. Can I borrow your phone? That's a comment lawyer. I'm going to give you a phone number right now. You remember her name? What that? Susanna.
Is there anything else in there?
Exactly. That's the new one, right? Yeah, it's very new. It has couch that I can just sleep. But I will be there, and I don't have a phone, but if you guys walk in, have a seat where you can see me. Okay. I will tell them that maybe that's something you can get them to see if you want to come back. Police officer picking me up there. If my nice friend Cameron. But if you pee in it, I'll take you to jail. But I have to pee.
Alright, AJ. So is that where you'll probably be?
Yeah, unless you want me to stay, I'm happy to stay.
No, you're welcome to leave if you want to. I just, if we wanted to come talk to you, is that where you think you'll be?
Yes.
Okay. Alright. Good luck, man. What's going on, man?
Detectives are ready to talk to you about everything that's going on real fast, so if you want to tell them, I'll give you right back to the house real quick. So there's Fox News, stuff like that. I know, I'm going to drive you back with my car. It's a camera, so.
We'll stay away from the news.
Yeah, we're not going to go by the news. Well, I don't want my face on the news. I will do that sort of thing. Okay, so stand up real quick. Good. We're just going to, you arresting me or something? No, stand up. No way, you're going to be detained for a little bit. Be detained. But just for a second, okay? I got to put you in handcuffs just while we're driving.
Per policy, we're going to go talk to detectives first.
Because you need to talk to the detectives, and I need to transport you back. So my policy says every time someone's in my car, they will wear handcuffs. So that's why they're on as in mute, so that they can come right back.
So we're probably not going to take you. We'll take you to another spot, so you're not about to lose.
Okay?
Wait, what you talking about?
I'll get used my
Either you didn't have a conversation with her or you did. We know you did. We know that you had a conversation continuing. We know that your phone takes you up in the exact same area as she was dropped off. Coincidence? Nope. Facts? Yep. Did you meet with her up in Salt Lake that night? No. Okay, your phone records are going to show different. And I have now to prepare. And we've been very busy because I care about Mackenzie. And I want her. I think you did care about her. I agree. And I know that there's more for you to tell me, and you're holding back, and I don't understand why. AJ, I just told you that your phone records and the location put you up at the meeting. You think, honestly, and expect me to believe that you ended that conversation and somehow you and her location end up in the exact same spot?
Oh, I'm not doubting you. If I see that's going to come to your case, I would be asking myself, what do you understand right now?
It's not a miraculous question.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay.
Stuff doesn't just happen.
No.
Yes, I agree with you.
I'm telling you to explain that. And so far, you have not.
Well, how do I explain something I don't know?
Are you saying you don't know or you don't remember? Because those are two different things, AJ.
Thing in your pockets that I need to be aware of, anything like that. Put that in there for you. Put that in there for you. Whose stuff's are those? Hold on to that for a second for me. Leela, do me a favor, just stand up and face the wall for me. I've got to make sure you got everything off yet.
AJ was then arrested. AJ, real name Ayoola Ajayi, 32 years old, was originally from Nigeria, and he had met Mackenzie on Seeking Arrangement. They had been in contact since 2018. He had previously been a model, and was briefly a member of the Utah Army National Guard, and at this time was working as an IT specialist. He also had been an author, I don't know, maybe he's going to turn into a series, of a little old book called Forged Identity. Let's find out what the summary is. I'm sure it's good. Ezekiel was almost 15 when he witnessed a gruesome murder. An angry mob leave her alive in the street, and the man died at his feet. Sadly, it was not the last time he witnessed such horror. With his well-respected father as guide and mentor, Ezekiel saw this death, then a death much closer to home when a loved one was killed in the same brutal, terrifying way 50 feet from him, and he could do nothing to stop it.
Hit that like
Staggering
button for
through
guys.
from these
Show me how
severe
much you love it.
traumas, he finds relief and
So I can
joy
do
in
this
meeting his first
streaming
love, becomes embroiled in grand
after.
theft, and experiences heartbreaking betrayal. Ezekiel must decide if he will join the ranks of a criminal mastermind or fight to escape the tyranny that has surrounded his young life, or even beat them at their own game. When trust is lost, can he even trust himself? I don't know, but I'm excited to find out. Oh no! Sounds amazing. I mean, even that trailer on the book's Facebook page looks just, speechless. It's so good. The reviews aren't great. AJ had previously been a student at the University of Utah, studying computer science, but after encountering visa issues, and some said he may have stolen an iPad, he was barred from campus. He eventually returned, but never got the degree. He'd been married, well, still technically by this age, but separated from a woman named Tanisha, who left him due to his violent outbursts.
I can't explain this, but he's like real aggressive, real aggressive. Because he wanted me to move to Utah to be with him, and I told him no. And I jumped through the window, and he had a butcher knife, was trying to stab me with the knife, and I ended up cutting my hand.
He was living in Salt Lake City, and his house was listed on Airbnb.
That nigga's sick.
Though it had some things that Airbnb certainly does not allow, I hope. First of all, cameras all over the house. 3 of them in the bedroom alone, watching you while you snooze. A few months before Mackenzie went missing, AJ had asked the contractor, hey, come on over here, he asked this contractor to build a secret underground lair in his house. He said, could you build like a little secret kind of room under the house, under the front porch, a little hidden door? The reason he told the contractor was that, he wanted to hide his alcohol, his booze from his Mormon partner, his Mormon girlfriend, Like, I'm just gonna put booze in there, don't worry about it, it's nothing, sinister. He then said, hey, I like to listen to music super loud, so could you soundproof that little compartment as well? Would be my little drinking cubby. And then he also asked the contractor to install hooks on the ceiling, hanging out. And that's not all. The one other thing he asked the contractor to do was to make sure it's secure. Not like, lock and key secure. I'm talking biometric fingerprint scanning secure. What? Because of the implication. The contractor noped the shit out of there. He had a history of not 1 but 2 sexual assaults. Neither time charges were pressed. Police searched his backyard. He was released the next day for a day because he was then rearrested.
KSL TV was on the scene as this unfolded and captured this exclusive video. You can see officers in tactical gear gathering on the side of the building, weapons drawn. Murder suspect Ayula Ajayi is then seen slowly walking toward the officers with his hands raised, one hand holding a cell phone to his ear. As he reaches the officers, the 31-year-old hands over the phone. The SWAT team members lower their guns and place Ajayi in handcuffs. Officers then enter the building. Minutes later, they return and transfer Ajayi across the street to the back seat of a police car. Later this afternoon, crime scene vehicles showed up and entered the building with bags and cameras. This all happened very quickly, really less than a half hour.
After an exhaustive week of investigation, we are filing charges of aggravated murder, aggravated kidnapping, obstruction of justice, and desecration of a body in the homicide of Mackenzie Lueck. The man charged with these horrific and tragic crimes is the person of interest. Yolo Achaya. I will not be saying the killer's name again.
Police uncovered in his backyard evidence that he had burned something in a makeshift fire pit. There, they found some of Mackenzie's belongings and, some of Mackenzie.
Camera's on, what you got? Burn what? Okay. What do you got here? Or did they hand this to you? Alright, I need you to secure this. Don't let anybody out of that house or into the backyard. Where was this found? She picked it.
AJ had bought a gas can 6 hours after she got into his car, and neighbors would say he had lit a big fire there around the 17th, 18th of June. Mackenzie's body, however, was still missing. Then, still using AJ's phone data, they learned that a week after Mackenzie's disappearance, he had traveled north to a place called Logan Canyon, and he was there for 2 hours. Following the signals left by his phone, they found Mackenzie in the woods.
We recovered the body on Wednesday. The Lueck family would like to express their gratitude for the effort put forth by the Salt Lake City Police Department.
Her friends say that Mackenzie shouldn't be labeled or judged for someone that she wasn't, based on rumors being spread by people who don't know her. They say Mackenzie was the kindest and sweetest person, someone that could always lift their spirits and make them laugh.
AJ had planned to murder Mackenzie from the very get-go. He'd already turned on the surveillance, in his house before they even got there. He was thinking ahead. He then strangled her with a belt, and she passed due to blunt force trauma to the head. He then burnt her body and then dumped it in the woods to the north. AJ would be charged with kidnapping and sexual assault, both of those related to the 2 other women he attacked. Also, he was charged with 19 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor when pictures were found on his computer. So, swell. In relation to Mackenzie Lueck, he pled guilty to first-degree aggravated murder and third-degree desecration of a human body. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole in October 2020. One fella from the other side, a fella meaning a retired FBI agent, said that and thought that AJ was on his way to becoming a serial killer.
He certainly wasn't a pro at this. The crime scene was handled so poorly, and the way he tried to hide evidence was done so badly. I think he was a burgeoning, very dangerous, possibly going to be a serial killer.
AJ himself said it was all planned out. He had covered his tracks to a degree, and he killed because he just wanted to know what it felt like. And as we've seen before, once a killer, pops, very hard to stop. Some good came out of this case, though. Mackenzie's sorority sisters, they set up a non-profit, Mackenzie's Voice, to help in other missing persons cases and provide support to the families, which is great. Unlike AJ,
a child.
Here, look at that. That's a guy who knows he's really screwed now. Good. Thank you so much for watching. I really, really appreciate it. I will see you, as always, real soon in the next one. Till then, take care of yourselves. Mike out.
Idaho claims the lives of a father and his 2 young stepchildren. As investigators sift through the ashes for answers, they uncover evidence that the blaze was no accident. In Northern California, a man is reported missing, and all indications suggest a tragic accident is to blame. But a routine investigation soon exposes a web of deception, fraud, and possibly murder. When money is at stake, some predators will stop at nothing to exploit another's trust. But even the most complex schemes can't survive the scrutiny of those determined to find justice for victims who have been fatally betrayed. Nestled in the western foothills of the Rocky Mountains, Ada County, Idaho is home to the state capital of Boise. It is also home to some 400,000 residents who work, live, and play here. In the pre-dawn hours of February 10th, 1992, emergency dispatchers received a 911 call. A man reported that his house, a two-story duplex, was on fire. And he believed a family of 4 who shared the house was still trapped inside. Within minutes, firefighters and emergency units from the surrounding area responded to the call. Fire and smoke consumed the duplex. Firefighters struggled to bring the first floor blaze under control. Rescue workers fought their way through the flames and thick smoke to see if anyone had been trapped inside. In a second-floor bedroom, they discovered a man lying motionless on the bed. A young girl was found on the floor a few feet away. As the search continued, firefighters recovered the body of a young boy in a nearby bedroom. All of the victims were rushed outside for treatment. But despite the rescue workers' efforts, all 3 were pronounced dead at the scene. The man who lived in the separate residence inside the duplex told police that around 4 a.m. he was awakened by his smoke alarm. He tried to wake up the other family, but got no response. He identified the victims as 34-year-old Randy Rowe and his 2 stepchildren. He didn't know the whereabouts of the children's mother, Robin Rowe, who also lived at the residence. Then, 2 women arrived at the scene. One identified herself as Robin Rowe. Visibly shaken by the news, emergency workers escorted the young mother away from the house. Her friend, Joan McHugh, told police that Robin had fallen asleep at her house earlier that evening. Robin had awakened her just a short while earlier and wanted to return home. She had a premonition that something bad had happened to her family. All of the victims' bodies were removed from the scene and transported to the medical examiner's office for autopsy. Now, Fire Marshal Doug McGrew began looking for clues to tell him how and why the fire started.
We started looking into the ignition source of the fire by doing like we do on all fires. We do an exterior walk around in the building. We look and see where the least damage is. We go there and we start working towards the areas where the most damage occurred. Once we get into that area, then we start digging down through and layering through the debris and trying to determine exactly what ignited the fire.
Almost immediately, investigators made a strange discovery. The circuit breaker that controlled power to the family's smoke alarm was in the off position. But that did little to explain how the fire started. And because the damage was so extensive, finding those answers would take time. Within hours, autopsies were performed on Randy Rowe and the 2 children. The medical examiner found lethal amounts of soot and carbon monoxide in each of the victims' lungs and mucous membranes. He concluded that all 3 had died as a result of smoke inhalation caused by search for the fire's cause continued into the morning hours, arson investigators sifting through the ashes made a troubling find. On the carpet and in a charred pile of laundry, they discovered burn patterns suggesting a flammable liquid had been poured over the area. And the spot was just inches away from vents that circulate air throughout the residence. Investigators collected several pieces of the charred remains for further analysis. All indications were pointing to arson. And that suggested that the fire that had claimed the lives of the two young children and their stepfather had been intentionally set. To find out, State Fire Marshal Don Dillard delivered the charred samples collected from the house to the Idaho State Police Crime Lab, located in Pocatello. By comparing a burned sample believed to contain an accelerant to one that was untouched by the fire, he hoped criminologists could find answers.
What I've asked our criminologists to do is to compare the two, what we feel one to be evidence, and then the one we feel probably doesn't have any kind of an accelerant on it, and she compares those two, and by doing that, hopefully comes to the conclusion that there either is or isn't an accelerant involved in the case.
Forensic examiner Susan Williamson began testing the samples for the presence of an ignitable liquid. First, Williamson inserts a strip of charcoal ribbon in the sealed cans that contain the charred samples. Then, the can is placed in a chamber and heated for several hours. If any flammable substance is present, the heat will turn it into vapor, which will then be absorbed by the charcoal strip. Once the evidence has been heated, the charcoal strip is removed from the can. To transform any trapped vapors back into a liquid, solvents are then added to the strip. The resulting liquid is then subjected to sophisticated detection equipment that measures for the presence of known flammable substances. When the process was completed, Williamson analyzed the results.
One of the samples contained an ignitable liquid. And in this case, I identified a heavy petroleum distillate. And heavy petroleum distillates include things like kerosene, number 2 and number 1 diesel fuel, and fuel, heating fuel oil, and so forth.
The analysis had exposed the deadly fire as an act of arson. And more disturbing, it had exposed a triple homicide. Forensic examiners had exposed a house fire in Ada County, Idaho, that had claimed 3 lives as a triple murder. The findings were passed on to homicide investigators. Looking for answers, detectives turned to Robin Rowe, the wife and mother of the 3 victims. When asked why she wasn't at the residence on the night of the fire, Robin explained she had been staying at her friend's house. Over the past few months, her marriage had been falling apart.
That was the strange thing.
In fact, Robin believed that her husband Randy might have intentionally set the deadly fire. She said that recently, Randy had become increasingly abusive toward her. The smallest things would set him off, and he couldn't seem to control his anger, even in front of the children. Robin claimed that on one occasion, Randy had struck her so hard, she was forced to go to the hospital. Several hours before the fire, Randy had called her at her friend's house and demanded that she come home. When she refused, he threatened that she would never see him or her children again. the story troubled veteran detective Gary Rainey.
Any parent is protective over their children, and had he been this abusive parent, any reasonable spouse would have wanted to remove the kids from that situation. Her story was that he was only abusive with her and not with the kids. That's not the norm, and certainly in law enforcement we recognize that that abusive personality, that violent personality, the anger control problems is not going to just be focused on one particular person, especially with those pre-teen age kids who sometimes anger parents pretty easily.
With their suspicions raised, police wanted to learn more about the Rose marriage and corroborate Robin's alibi.
Okay, so
They began with Joan McHugh, the woman who had been with Robin at the time of the fire.
Well, there was some abuse problems.
Because of Randy's abuse, Robin, she said, had been staying with her. That night, Robin had fallen asleep on her couch around 11 p.m.
And then,
Joan went to bed a short while later and never heard anything to suggest Robin ever left the apartment. Joan had no doubt that Robin was a victim of domestic violence.
and she said that it had been going on for quite a while, but she had never said anything to anyone. And it just seemed to escalate over a period of, I don't know, about 4 or 5 weeks. And a few times she came here, 10 or 11 o'clock with the children, because they were escaping from Randy.
The information gave Robin Rowe a solid alibi for the time of the 3 deaths. And the result of the forensic analysis had made it plausible that Randy Rowe had in fact killed himself and his 2 stepchildren in a vengeful act of rage. But that theory would not go unchallenged.
I learned that there had been some domestic violence going on. But then as a couple other people called, I learned that there wasn't domestic violence going on according to them. So it just started not adding up very well.
To learn more, police brought in Randy Rowe's sister to answer questions.
Any signs that Robin or the kids were the victims of any kind of violence, any bruises by anybody?
She didn't believe that Robin was the victim of domestic violence, as she had portrayed herself to be.
I don't remember any discussion.
Though Randy and Robin had begun to fight more and more, he was not a violent person. The kids were Randy's life. His sister knew that he never would have harmed them. And according to the sister, Robin treated Randy as little more than her kid's babysitter. As a result, Randy talked openly about the possibility of divorce. But he loved the children as if they were his own. And the kids made it clear that they didn't want Randy to go.
The children had, at one time, reportedly told Robin that they wanted to stay with Randy and not go with her. And of course, they were Robin's natural children and not Randy's.
To resolve all of the conflicting information about the couple, investigators decided to take a closer look into Robin Rowe's background. What they found was shocking. According to records, Robin had tragically lost a son nearly 15 years earlier. Her 6-year-old boy had died in a suspicious fire at her California home. Arson investigators were never able to determine a cause of the fire. But for Idaho police, the similarities between the tragedies had to be more than coincidental. Robin Rowe was now emerging as the prime suspect in the deaths of her husband and 2 children. But with an airtight alibi and no obvious motive to explain such an unthinkable crime, police knew that proving it would not be easy. Police in Ada County, Idaho, struggled to find answers in a deadly house fire that had claimed 3 lives. Robin Rowe, the wife and mother of the victims, had an airtight alibi for the night of the murders. was pointing to her as the prime suspect. What investigators needed was proof. Looking for potential clues, they began reviewing statements made by Robin's friends and family. They found that one friend had stated that a few days prior to the fire, Robin had mentioned that she had rented a storage unit and had taken some of her belongings there. The timing of the rental was too close to the murders for police to ignore. Detective Gary Rainey followed up on the lead. Soon, he was able to locate the unit that Robin had rented. With a warrant in hand, investigators were dispatched to the storage unit. There, they found boxes of personal papers belonging to Robin. Among the items was an envelope filled with several $100s in cash and bingo receipts from the YWCA where Robin Rowe worked. Police also collected several life insurance policies taken out on Robin Rowe's husband and her 2 children. Robin was listed as the sole beneficiary on all of the policies, and she stood to gain more than $275,000 from the 3 deaths. It was powerful circumstantial evidence of murder.
One of the most disturbing facts being that she took out the last 2 policies. She already had multiple policies, but Robin took out the last 2 policies on the children January 24th, and the fire was February 10th.
Still, it wasn't enough to take Robin Rowe into custody. Police began interviewing Robin's co-workers at the YWCA. The manager was surprised to learn that cash and receipts had been found in the storage facility. Robin had reported that proceeds from the Y's last bingo game had been destroyed in the house fire that killed her family. Though authorities lacked hard physical evidence of murder, they now had proof of embezzlement. The prime suspect in the triple homicide investigation was placed under arrest and charged with grand theft. But police were a long way from proving that Robin Rowe was a cold-blooded killer. Hoping to generate a lead that could destroy her alibi, details of the crime were released through the media. A short while later, police got a tip. A local newspaper delivery man called and told police that he remembered something unusual on the night of the fire. He said that while making deliveries around 4 a.m. that morning, he saw a car driving away from the duplex. He wasn't sure of the make of the car, but he described it as a late model 4-door with rectangular taillights. Detective Ken Smith asked the delivery man to come down to the station.
We had, prior to his arrival at the sheriff's office, had arranged to have vehicles similar to Robin Rowe's vehicle in the back lot, and Robin Rowe's vehicle was in the back lot. We walked him into the lot and asked him to look for vehicles that, or look and see if there were any vehicles that matched the description of the vehicle that he had seen in the subdivision the morning of the fire. When he observed Robin Rowe's vehicle, he immediately pointed to that vehicle and stated that it was the same body style, same color, and resembled the car that he had seen.
Sure. The witness had placed a car similar to Robin Rowe's near the crime scene just a short while before fire consumed the duplex. Detectives still had to overcome a major obstacle. Robin's friend, Joan McHugh, had provided her with a solid alibi for the time of the homicides. Though police didn't think Joan was lying, they theorized that Robin had managed to slip out of the apartment undetected. Detective Gary Rainey was determined to find out.
I devised a scenario to try to prove or disprove Robin's presence in the apartment, and that Joan confront Robin with the idea that she got up in the middle of the night, 3:30 in the morning, which was the time that we knew about when the fire started, that Joan would tell Robin that she came downstairs to get a drink of water, and Robin wasn't there.
When contacted, Joan McHugh agreed that the next time Robin called her from prison, she would tell her the false story and record the conversation. Joan was only too happy to cooperate.
I'm sure, I really shouldn't speak for Detective Reagan, but I'm sure that he believed that somewhere in the phone calls she would absolutely destroy all of her alibis. And I just knew that she was going to explain everything, and he was going to feel like a fool, because she was innocent. There was no way a mother kills her children. And so I agreed to take the phone calls.
On the evening of February 20th, Robin called Joan from prison.
There's something that I have to talk to you about. That morning, I came downstairs, and you weren't here, Robin. Where were you?
It wasn't the answer she expected. Robin repeated her story that at around 3:30 a.m., she was awakened by a strange premonition that something bad had happened to her family. But now, she added that she then contacted a psychiatrist and left the apartment to speak with her for over an hour. On tape, Robin had destroyed her alibi. Joan McHugh was devastated.
It was terrible. And I didn't know what to do after. It was on a tape recording. And it was like, you know, do I call Gary, or do I just take this thing and throw it in the trash and no one will ever know? But I wouldn't know. And it probably sounds dramatic, but Randy and the children deserve better than that. So I called Gary.
Police finally had enough evidence to charge Robin Rowe with 3 counts of first-degree murder. Based on the evidence, detectives believe that in the early morning hours of February 10th, Robin Rowe slipped out of her friend's house and returned to her own home. She turned off power to the smoke alarm. Then, driven by a twisted desire to cash in on her family's life insurance policies, she placed a pile of laundry near the air vents and set the deadly blaze. After murdering her husband and 2 children, Robin calmly returned to Joan McHugh's house to establish her alibi.
Psychological experts have described to me that it is simply a balance in her mind of what she personally is better off with, a husband and 2 children, or the proceeds of life insurance policies and the opportunity to move to a new state. And that she simply weighed those 2 things and decided that the money and the new life was what she wanted today.
Robin Rowe was convicted of arson and 3 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of her husband Randy and her 2 children. She was sentenced to death. Idaho police had to reconcile conflicting information to find the truth. In California, detectives must follow a complex maze in order to expose a murder. Known for its temperate climate and lush farmland, Yolo County, California offers a quiet, rural lifestyle, miles outside the state capital of Sacramento. But residents there are no strangers to tragedy. On the morning of February 5th, 1997, 911 dispatchers at the Yolo County Sheriff's Department received a call from a concerned mother. She feared that her son was missing. Deputies responded to the home. Patty Howard told the officer that she hadn't seen or heard from her 18-year-old son, Nick, since the previous evening. Patty said that the night before, Nick had helped her close up the auto body shop that the Howard family owned. As they were leaving, Nick said he had to retrieve a wallet he had left behind at a nearby restaurant. He told his mother he would be home in a couple of hours and said goodbye. But around midnight, Nick called and left a message on the answering machine. He said he was having car problems and was running late. But he never made it home that night. The family was very close, and it was completely out of character for Nick not to call and check in. Missing teenagers often turn up within a few days. But for Yolo County Detective Larry Cecchettini, Nick Howard didn't seem to fit the profile of a typical runaway.
This is probably one of the closest knit families that I've ever seen. And just from all indications, they were a very close, very loving family. For Nick to call and back him home was just something that had never happened before.
Investigators feared the teenager's car troubles had led to an accident. Police, friends, and family retraced his usual route. But after 2 days, the search had turned up nothing. Then, 2 men out on the search flagged down a patrol car near the banks of the Sacramento River. They had discovered tire tracks that led from the shoulder of the road down toward the riverbank.
Right down up here. Right here. Why do you think he's Nick? Figured nobody else would be laying those tracks down there. I don't know.
One of the men, 42-year-old Ralph Marcus, said he was a close friend of the Howard family.
Charles 22, I think we have a 972 on over the foot. It's dark.
Ralph said that he and his associate, Jake Stanton, were out looking for Nick when they came upon the tracks. Unsure if the discovery was related to Nick's disappearance, Detective Cecchettini was contacted. He knew that stretch of highway well, and the news was not encouraging.
This strip of roadway is a winding strip of river road. There are no guardrails on our county side. Quite frequently, inattentive or sleepy drivers do go into the river.
Search and rescue units from the Yolo County Sheriff's Department and officers from the California Highway Patrol responded to the scene. The team followed the tracks down an embankment. They led to the water's edge and then disappeared into the river. Members of the Yolo County Boat Patrol and rescue divers began scouring the river. After several hours of searching, divers signaled they had found something. 16 feet below the surface, they had discovered a vehicle resting on the riverbed. A tow truck pulled the car from the muddy river. The vehicle matched the description of the one driven by Nick Howard. A wallet recovered from the passenger seat contained the driver's license of the missing teenager. Examiners began searching the vehicle for clues. On the floorboard, they found Nick's prescription eyeglasses. They were bent, as if his head had violently impacted the dashboard or the steering wheel. Then, police noticed that a film of oil coated the vehicle's interior. It appeared to have come from an opened container of motor oil located in the back seat. The vehicle was towed to a police impound lot for a more thorough examination. Officers and divers from the boat patrol continued searching the area for any signs of Nick Howard. But there was no trace of the teenager. And if he was unconscious and not wearing his seatbelt when he went into the river, the powerful currents had likely carried his body miles away. With so many unanswered questions, police looked for clues to explain the accident. But aside from the tire tracks at the side of the road, little else was found.
Usually if the vehicle went into the water at a high rate of speed, you're going to have a lot of broken rocks, you're going to have debris, possibly some skid marks, some significant physical evidence.
As the investigation continued, detectives received some unexpected information. Nick Howard's family had handed over some papers they found while going through his room. One was a life insurance policy in the teenager's name that was worth $850,000. There was also an uncompleted change of beneficiary form that listed Ralph Marcus, the man who had discovered the tire tracks at the river, as the new beneficiary. Police were surprised that someone as young as Nick Howard would have such a large insurance policy.
Essentially, he was spending a quarter of his monthly income on a life insurance policy, which struck us as odd. It's not something that life insurance just isn't something that an 18-year-old thinks about, especially when it costs that amount of money. I'm trying to see right there.
And that wasn't the only troubling news. An acquaintance of Nick Howard's came forward with information. He believed that Nick was alive and well. Recently, he said, the teenager had boasted that his life insurance policy would make him a millionaire.
Yeah, this big pause.
All he had to do was fake his own death, disappear, and then have Ralph Marcus collect on the policy. A polygraph test later confirmed he was telling the truth. The frantic search for a missing teenager had taken an unexpected turn. Now, investigators had to consider that Nick Howard had staged the auto accident and his own disappearance. To find out, police enlisted the aid of the California Highway Patrol's Accident Reconstruction Unit. Using the tire tracks found by the side of the road as his guide, investigator Steve Walker surveyed the scene. Detailed measurements indicated that the car had left the road at a 45-degree angle, and there was no evidence of vaulting or bouncing onto the shoulder. That suggested the car was traveling no faster than 14 miles per hour when it left the road. It was unlikely that a sleeping or inattentive driver had caused the vehicle to end up in the river. And there was no evidence suggesting that a collision had taken place.
There was no debris, there were no fluids on stains on the roadway. There was nothing that you typically see in a traffic collision. It was very, very anomalous. And it likewise fit the idea that the car had not departed from the roadway in a violent manner, that it was set up to leave the roadway in a more controlled manner.
Police next examined the engine of Nick Howard's car, looking for any mechanical problems that could explain the accident. Almost immediately, they found a clue. A plastic bottle cap had been intentionally wedged into the engine's throttle, holding it open. And the cap had originated from the opened container of motor oil recovered from the vehicle's interior. With their suspicions raised, police turned to auto expert Charles Radford of the California Highway Patrol. To determine the significance of the findings, he conducted an experiment. He wedged the cap into the throttle of a car with a similar manual transmission engine. He put put the car in gear, and then turned on the ignition. The engine revved up to 6,000 RPMs and then lurched forward.
And we could get speeds in second as high as 20 miles an hour, and the fourth gear was approximately 15 miles an hour within a 100 to 150 foot range. What this shows is that it would be very easy for someone to be able to take a car and put it in the river by use of an oil bottle cap.
All of the evidence police had gathered now led them to believe that 18-year-old Nick Howard had in fact staged his own disappearance. And now he was wanted for questioning in the elaborate insurance fraud scheme. But so far, all efforts to locate the teenager had turned up nothing. Police in Yolo County, California continued their search for 18-year-old Nick Howard. While looking for answers, they uncovered evidence suggesting the teenager and his friend, Ralph Marcus, had staged the disappearance. It appeared to be an elaborate scam to collect on a life insurance policy worth $850,000. But with Nick Howard's whereabouts uncertain, police turned their focus to Ralph Marcus, the beneficiary of the insurance policy. A background check on the 42-year-old heightened Detective Larry Cecchini's suspicions that the disappearance was in fact a hoax and that Ralph Marcus was somehow involved.
Ralph Marcus had done thefts, identity scams, insurance fraud, bankruptcy fraud. He was a drug runner.
Under questioning, Ralph Marcus denied any involvement in Nick's disappearance. And he knew nothing about any insurance scams.
Tell me about your relationship.
Ralph said he had been a friend of the Howard family for years. Nick was like a godson to him. He was shocked to learn that he was the beneficiary of Nick's life insurance policy. Ralph said he wasn't interested in the money. Police sensed he was lying. But with no hard evidence, they had no choice but to release him. The investigation was going nowhere. Then, on February 25th, 1997, 3 weeks after Nick Howard disappeared, Yolo County Police got a break. But it wasn't one they had expected. A man fishing on the Sacramento River had called police after discovering human remains. Less than a mile from where Nick Howard's car was found, police recovered the partially decomposed remains of a young man. The victim, found with a single glove on his right hand, matched the description of the missing teenager. And dental records later confirmed that Nick Howard had finally been found. With no obvious cause of death, the body was transported to the Yolo County Coroner's Office. There, forensic pathologist Dr. Brian Peterson began looking for answers. A close examination of the glove and the clothing indicated that no traces of motor oil were present. And that suggested the victim was not in his car when it went into the water. For Detective Cecchini, the findings didn't make sense.
A couple of things just didn't add up. For one, the body was wearing one glove, which we thought was somewhat unusual. I remembered that the car was coated with motor oil when we initially located it, but yet there were no traces of motor oil on the clothing. Granted, he'd been in the water for some time, but the traces of motor oil are not going to be entirely washed from the body.
Dr. Peterson next looked to establish a cause of death. Fluid found in the victim's lung suggested Nick Howard had drowned. But there was also something else.
Additionally, there were changes consistent with manual strangulation, bleeding inside the muscles of the neck.
Nick Howard had been murdered. For the Howard family and for investigators, the discovery was devastating. In addition to the tragic loss, it was now clear that Nick Howard had not staged his own disappearance. And Ralph Marcus was now the prime suspect in his death.
Now in the body, we've pretty much determined that the body was not in the car when it went in. We have an $850,000 potential life insurance payout, and we have the beneficiary, and we're doing everything that we can to make sure that we get to the bottom line on this and get to the truth of what happened.
Police contacted the insurance agent in nearby Sacramento who handled Nick's policy. According to records, Nick came in a few weeks before he disappeared, requesting that Ralph Marcus be named the new beneficiary. But he didn't have all of the correct paperwork, and the change was not completed. But Nick didn't seem to understand, and the agent believed that he left that day, convinced that his policy had in fact been updated.
In the insurance agent's opinion, when Nick left, he was under the impression that the change was completed and that Ralph Marcus was the beneficiary.
Though incriminating, the information fell short of the smoking gun investigators need to prove murder. Then they got a break. A witness asked Detective Cecchetini to meet him at a pier on the Sacramento River. Jake Stanton, the man who was with Ralph Marcus when the tire tracks were discovered at the river, believed he had important information about the case. Jake said that shortly after Nick went missing, Ralph had asked for his help in searching for the teenager. While driving along the Sacramento River, Ralph pulled up to the pier. He said it was one of Nick's favorite spots. As they searched the area, Jake saw Ralph Marcus walk to the end of the pier toward a black glove.
As Jake turns around, he sees Ralph ditch the glove off the top of the pier. Before Jake even says anything, Ralph mentions to him, I was trying to get the glove.
Detectives showed Jake the black glove recovered from Nick Howard's body.
You ever see anything that looks like this?
He was certain it was identical to the one Marcus had kicked off the pier.
Jake was adamant about the fact that Ralph was trying to kick the glove off so that it could not be recovered. The significance of this is that we had never told anybody that when Nick was found, he was wearing one glove.
The information brought police one step closer to proving that Ralph Marcus had murdered 18-year-old Nick Howard. But so far, all of the evidence was circumstantial. Police in Yolo County, California were now certain that 18-year-old Nick Howard had been murdered for his life insurance policy, worth $850,000. All of the evidence suggested that Ralph Marcus, the beneficiary of the policy, was responsible. The suspect was brought in for another interview. Police showed him the black glove that had been recovered from the victim. Though witnesses saw Marcus kick an identical glove into the Sacramento River, he claimed he hadn't seen one like it before. Marcus continued to insist that he had no knowledge of Nick's life insurance policy and was in no way involved in his death. He pointed to the fact that he had gone to great lengths to help find Nick after he disappeared. But detectives believe that Ralph Marcus had only done that in order to divert attention from himself. Authorities obtained a warrant to search the home Ralph Marcus shared with his mother. There, they found several documents relating to Nicholas Howard's insurance policy. and Marcus was in the process of filing a claim for the $850,000. The suspect was well aware of Nick's life insurance policy, something he had repeatedly denied. He was placed under arrest and charged with first-degree murder. Police believe that Ralph Marcus was able to get 18-year-old Nick Howard to agree to stage his own death after making him the beneficiary of his life insurance policy. But Marcus never intended to split up the money. Once the plan was in place, he beat and strangled the teenager, then tossed him into the river to die. After placing the teenager's wallet and glasses inside the vehicle, Marcus rigged the engine of Nick's car with an oil can and sent the vehicle into the water, hoping his death would appear as an accident. Ralph Marcus was convicted of the first-degree murder of Nicholas Howard and sentenced to life in prison. Greed and self-interest can be strong motivations for murder. And when the killer is cunning, the truth can be elusive. But detectives and forensic scientists are dedicated to finding justice for unsuspecting victims who have found themselves betrayed. In Montana, a murdered woman is found stuffed in the trunk of her car. With little physical evidence to go on, investigators struggle to catch her killer. A seemingly healthy 33-year-old woman dies in her sleep. Tennessee police must determine if her death resulted from natural causes or murder. In Ohio, a woman abandons her husband and 2 children. But a routine investigation reveals that her disappearance may not have been intentional. A well-executed homicide can baffle even the most skilled investigator. But forensic examiners look beyond the obvious to find proof of a killer's guilt and expose the elements of murder. Settled in the heart of Big Sky Country, the city of Great Falls, Montana is surrounded by the majestic Rocky Mountains to its west and the Little Belt Mountains to its east. On an October morning, a man hiking along the secluded banks of the Missouri River stumbled upon several ID cards. They belonged to a young woman. Concerned, he alerted police. Deputies from the Cascade County Sheriff's Department responded to the call. At the river's edge, they found additional ID cards belonging to the woman. Police were familiar with the name. 27-year-old Susan Galloway had been reported missing the previous day. Unsure what to make of the findings, officers from the boat patrol were called in to drag the river. 20 feet from shore, they signaled they had snagged a woman's purse. Inside were more of the missing woman's ID and credit cards. There was also $100 in cash. But there were no signs of Susan Galloway. Cascade County Police contacted the missing woman's parents and brought them in for an interview. The family was alarmed when they discovered that their daughter and her vehicle were gone. Susan had recently become engaged, and she seemed so happy. Her fiance, Craig Smith, was stationed at the nearby Air Force Base. The couple often helped out at the business that the Galloways owned. Susan was a devout Mormon. And though Craig wasn't, he had agreed to convert so the two could marry. The family planned to give the couple ownership of the store as a wedding present. They couldn't understand why Susan would just take off without a word. Veteran detective Ken Anderson was not optimistic.
Finding the identification indicated that Susan Galloway did not, in fact, just leave town or drive away in her vehicle without saying goodbye and that sort of thing, because she certainly wouldn't have left her identification and money behind.
Police arranged to interview the missing woman's fiancé. Craig Smith had no idea where Susan could have gone. He last saw her the night before she disappeared. After leaving a dinner party, Susan dropped him off at his apartment around midnight. He hadn't heard from her since. The detective was curious about a bandage on Smith's hand. He explained that he had accidentally cut himself with a knife. A few hours after Susan dropped him off, he woke up thirsty. He tried to open a frozen can of orange juice, but was having trouble. He grabbed a knife, but it slipped as he tried to pry open the can. His car wasn't running, and he walked to the Air Force Base where he was stationed to have a medic treat the wound. Police later confirmed he had visited the medic that evening. The search for Susan Galloway was going nowhere. Three days later, a power company employee working at the Rainbow Dam spotted something on a hill across the river. He decided to go check it out. When he arrived at the spot, he found a car that had plunged down the hillside. The vehicle appeared to be caught up on some brush. Police and crime scene technicians were contacted and responded to the scene. A check on the vehicle's tags revealed the car was registered to missing 27-year-old Susan Galloway. Sergeant Anderson made his way down the hill. Through the window, he observed a key in the ignition. There didn't appear to be anyone inside. But on the back of the vehicle, he noticed streaks of blood. There was also what appeared to be a footprint on the trunk. Then, Anderson took a closer look inside the car.
The rear cushion of the back seat had pulled away from the trunk area, and at that point in time I could see a body inside the trunk of the car.
The woman matched the description of Susan Galloway, and it appeared she had been murdered. Police towed up the vehicle and began searching for clues. Inside the car, technicians found large blood smears on the front passenger seat. also recovered several shards of broken green glass stained with blood. The exterior of the vehicle was thoroughly photographed. The victim's body was transported to the medical examiner's office for autopsy. The lack of evidence found near the car led police to believe that she had been murdered elsewhere and then brought to the hillside. A dog was brought in to track the victim's scent. A mile from the car, he alerted to a partially dug hole. More of the victim's blood was found. It appeared the suspect brought the woman to this spot, finished the kill, and then attempted to bury the victim. But for some reason, gave up. The medical examiner confirmed the victim was in fact Susan Galloway. Pieces of green glass from a 16-ounce soda bottle were found embedded in her skull and neck. They had severed her carotid artery, and as a result, Susan had bled to death. Now, detectives had to find out who had murdered Susan Galloway and why. But with few clues and no obvious suspects, they knew it would not be easy. Police in Great Falls, Montana had few clues in the murder of 27-year-old Susan Galloway. The young woman had been brutally beaten with a soda bottle, placed in the trunk of her car, and then sent down a steep embankment. No usable prints were found on the glass or in the victim's vehicle. Hoping to identify a suspect, investigators released details of the crime through the media. A short while later, they got a tip.
He knocked on my door.
A man stationed at the local Air Force base believed he had information.
Asked me,
About what time did he come to the room?
He said that on the night Susan disappeared, he had seen her fiance, Craig Smith. Smith had come by the barracks in the early morning hours. He noticed his friend was carrying a bundle of dirty clothing. He also noticed a gash on Smith's hand. Smith told him he had cut it with a knife. He was on his way to see the medic for treatment and asked his friend for a ride home after that was done. Smith had also told the airman that he had been out drinking with friends and got stranded. In fact, he asked his friend to keep the story quiet because his fiancée, Susan Galloway, wouldn't have been happy about it. The airman's story contradicted Craig Smith's claim that on the night of the disappearance he had gone to bed soon after Susan had dropped him off. Sergeant Ken Anderson was suspicious.
It was almost as though Craig was lying about something, and all of a sudden he became the main suspect rather than the grieving fiance.
Police looked to corroborate Smith's story. They located the medic who had bandaged his cut hand. He confirmed that Craig Smith had come in to be treated for a cut in the early morning hours of October 23rd. But the medic recalled thinking that the wound was consistent with having been caused by a jagged edge rather than a knife blade, as Smith suggested. Though incriminating, the information fell short of proving that Craig Smith was a killer. Now, looking to tie the suspect to the crime scene, police canvassed the nearby area. A clerk at a convenience store remembered seeing Smith and Susan Galloway the night she disappeared. And according to the clerk, they seemed to be arguing when they came into the store. They bought a few bottles of soda and then left.
We're going now.
The clerk showed the officer the type of soda purchased by the couple. They were 16-ounce bottles made of green glass, identical to the glass that had killed Susan Galloway. The information was enough for police to obtain a warrant to search Craig Smith's residence. The suspect continued to deny any involvement in Susan's death. He admitted he and Susan had been in the convenience store that night. And he also admitted that in the past, he had hung out at the area where her car was later found. But Smith denied ever being at the spot where the partially dug hole was found. The place police believe was the kill site. Detectives collected the clothing he wore on the night of Susan's disappearance. But the items had been recently cleaned.
Is there a shirt in there also, Ken?
Police realized their only hope would be to link Smith to the sneaker print recovered from the trunk of Susan's car. They collected a single pair of muddy shoes. An examination revealed that the shoes seized from Craig Smith were the same size and the soles had the same pattern as those collected from the vehicle. But that alone wouldn't be enough to prove murder.
He had driven her car a number of times. His footprint was in a regular place on the trunk, but it could have been there.
Police would have to physically place him at the kill site. And all they had to do that was some dirt on the bottom of Smith's shoes.
And it was our belief that if he had been standing in the area of the kill site, he would have picked up soil. It was very sandy and totally different from the mud and soil at the area where the car was pushed over.
Investigators collected soil samples from various locations where the suspect claimed to have been on the night of Susan's disappearance. They also collected samples from the spot where they believed the murder took place. All of the soil was sent to the University of Montana for analysis. There, geologist and mineralogist Jack Warenberg worked the case.
I was to examine crime scene soils, and there was a open burial site, and there were several other small areas that they wanted to be checked out to compare the soil that was present on the suspect's shoe.
Warenberg observed that the soil samples taken from the bottom of Smith's shoe contained tiny pieces of glass, probably from broken bottles. A microscopic analysis also revealed the sample contained bits of ash that were consistent with having been produced by copper. The samples collected from Craig Smith's yard and from the path he had walked to the base had no such ash. In fact, only samples taken from the crime scene had both the tiny shards of glass and the copper ash. And the reason seemed simple. A few hundred yards from the crime scene, on the banks of the Missouri River, was the site of a copper smelting plant. Warenberg determined that it was the only area in the county where copper ash appears in the soil. Craig Smith had been at the kill site, something he had previously denied. When confronted with the evidence against him, Craig Smith admitted to killing his fiancée. He said he wanted the Galloway family business but had no interest in being married to Susan. He was charged with first-degree murder. Based on the information, police believe that on the night of the murder, the couple got into a heated argument. Then, Craig Smith viciously attacked his fiancée. He then dragged her to a secluded spot to finish the job and bury his victim. But when that didn't work, he placed her in the trunk of her car and attempted to send the vehicle over the cliff. Craig Smith was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to 100 years in prison. A patch of soil was enough for Montana police to expose a killer's dirty secret. But in Tennessee, detectives must look beyond the obvious in order to find answers to explain a mysterious death. In the early morning of December 23rd, 1997, Nashville police and emergency workers responded to a frantic 911 call. Terry Robinson said his wife had been violently ill for several days, and now she wasn't breathing. She was pronounced dead at the scene. With no obvious cause of death, detectives were dispatched to the home as a matter of routine. Homicide detective E.J. Bernard was assigned the case. 33-year-old Lenora Robinson lay dead on the couple's bed. Investigators noticed a black substance on the woman's shirt and on the pillowcase that seemed to have come from the victim's mouth and nose. It didn't appear to be blood. Perhaps they thought it had originated from a cigarette found next to Lenora's bed. They also found and collected a bottle of Gatorade and a glass filled with the orange liquid. Terry Robinson told the detective that Lenora had been suffering from severe flu-like symptoms for the past 4 or 5 days. In fact, the day before, Terry had taken his wife to a doctor for treatment for a high fever and uncontrollable vomiting and diarrhea. The physician who examined Lenora diagnosed her with a bad case of the flu. He gave her an injection to relieve the symptoms and sent her home. Terry said that Lenora seemed better for a while, but that night her symptoms worsened. He tried to nurse her, giving her Gatorade and medications. But when he checked on her the following morning, she wasn't breathing. Though there were no signs suggesting foul play, police were troubled that someone as young as Lenora would die from the flu. Detective Bernard ordered that an autopsy be performed.
The initial assumption was that it was something to do with the flu or the shot, or possibly a heart attack, brain tumor, something totally unknown to the family members or anyone medical personnel on the scene.
Her body was transported to the Tennessee State Medical Examiner's office located in Nashville. There, Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Bruce Levy performed the autopsy. The thick black substance that had come from Lenora Robinson's nose immediately caught his attention.
Well, in this case, the first thing was there had been noticed some black residue on the pillow next to where her mouth had been, which means that something had come out of her body. We weren't sure exactly what it was.
An intern internal examination uncovered evidence of a heart condition and congested lungs, supporting the idea that Lenora had died of natural causes. Then, Detective Bernard arrived to view the autopsy. He noticed something unusual. It was the smell of bitter almonds coming from the body. It was an odor associated with people who have died as a result of cyanide poisoning. Further examination, however, failed to turn up the telltale signs associated with cyanide ingestion. There was no liver damage and no signs of burning in the mouth or esophagus. Toxicology tests on the Gatorade found near Lenora's bed turned up negative for poison. If the 33-year-old woman had been exposed to cyanide, the question now was how and by whom. An autopsy performed on 33-year-old Lenora Robinson led authorities in Nashville, Tennessee, to believe her death had resulted from exposure to cyanide. To prove it, additional tests would have to be performed. The medical examiner collected blood, tissue, and urine samples. The items were then forwarded to forensic toxicologists. To test for the presence of poison, the samples are mixed with chemicals that react to cyanide. If the poison is present, it will turn a bluish-purple color within a few minutes. The tissue samples turned up negative. But Lenora's blood and urine tested positive for the poison. For cyanide to be absorbed in the blood, but not in the tissue, it would have had to have been inhaled. And according to forensic expert Agent Louis Kuykendall, cyanide is most lethal in a mist-like state.
Typically the person will have convulsions, the person will have stomach distress, but usually very quickly, 30 seconds to maybe 2 minutes, they're into a coma state and then die very rapidly.
Medical examiner Bruce Levy contacted police with the findings.
Yeah, I have the results on the toxicology on Lenora Robinson. It is positive for cyanide.
But until police could rule out that the poisoning was accidental or suicide, the manner of death would remain undetermined. Detective E.J. Bernard was quickly able to rule out both of those scenarios.
There was no suicide notes. I learned that she would have died within minutes of ingesting the cyanide. Therefore, she would have left something close by. There was nothing close by. Mr. Robinson assured me that he did not clean anything up.
Story. Police believe Lenora Robinson had been murdered. To find out why, they questioned the victim's mother and stepfather. Both agreed that the marriage had been rocky for some time. According to Lenora's mother, the couple suffered from severe financial problems. The small business that they owned and operated together was not doing well. And the bills continued to pile up. It caused a lot of anger and resentment between Terry and Lenora. Lenora, they said, had recently begun talking about the possibility of divorce. They had one more piece of information to add. Terry, they said, had once worked as an exterminator, and as part of his job, he had worked with deadly poisons. Before obtaining a warrant to search Terry Robinson's home, police needed to know if it was possible for him to create cyanide vapor.
Pesticides, industrial pesticides especially.
Agent Kuykendall confirmed that the process is relatively simple.
You're not going to collect that.
He gave police a list of items to look out for. returned to Terry Robinson's home. The suspect maintained his innocence. But as Detective Bernard began sifting through the couple's financial papers, he uncovered a letter Lenora had written to her husband. In it, she threatened him with a bitter and costly divorce. With a list of chemicals that could be used to transform cyanide into vapor, Detective Bernard searched the suspect's garage. There, he found several common household items that could have been used. He also collected numerous containers of unidentified liquid. At the TBI crime lab, Agent Kuykendall began analyzing the substances collected from the home. But the results were not what investigators had hoped for.
Essentially what EJ found and sent to me, none of those had cyanide or enough cyanide at any level that if someone was to ingest it or get them on, that it should harm them.
The investigation was back to square one. To make their case, police would have to rely on the circumstantial evidence. And their best bet would be to prove that the suspect had access to cyanide. Detectives contacted Terry Robinson's former employer at the extermination company where he had worked years earlier.
I need your help.
The man confirmed that while Robinson worked there, the company utilized cyanide. In fact, Terry Robinson helped convert the crystallized poison into a liquid state, which would then be administered with a mister to combat insects and rodents.
That's no smell.
The former employer hadn't seen Terry in some time and wasn't aware of any poison he may have taken with him when he left the company. Still, Detective E.J. Bernard refused to give up.
Thank you very much. Well, I continued looking for the magic bean, we'll say, to where I could get a receipt where he bought cyanide. I was unable to locate that.
Though police had established motive and opportunity, they had no hard evidence linking Terry Robinson to the poison that was used to murder his wife. And without that, Lenora's murder threatened to remain unsolved. Forensic toxicologists in Nashville, Tennessee, had exposed the poisoning death of 33-year-old Lenora Robinson as a homicide. But so far, they had been unable to link her husband, Terry Robinson, to the cyanide gas used to kill her. But then, they got the break they needed. Lenore Robinson's great uncle came in to speak with police.
Good question, if you don't mind. I believe your name is Roy Lamb.
He recalled that some time ago, Terry had asked for his help in killing wasps that had nested near his home.
Did he pay you for this? Good to see you.
The uncle agreed and came by the house to give Terry several insecticides and poisons. Among the items were cyanide tablets. Though the evidence was circumstantial at best, police were able to obtain a warrant for the arrest of Terry Robinson. On June 30th, police returned to his home and took him into custody. Terry Robinson was charged with the first-degree murder of his wife, Lenora. Based on the evidence, police believe that Terry Robinson took advantage of Lenora's illness to free himself from an unhappy marriage, heavy debt, and an impending divorce. On December 22nd, he made his way into her bedroom and administered the deadly poison. On October 15th, 1999, 49-year-old Terry Robinson was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to 51 years in prison. To trap a killer and make their case, police in Nashville had to rely on both hard science and dogged determination. But some predators have an intimate knowledge of law enforcement tactics. And outwitting them can be a difficult challenge. With a population of less than 8,000 residents, Belpre, Ohio is regarded as a friendly, tight-knit community. And when someone goes missing, it's everyone's business. On September 19, 1996, Jack McCready came to speak with Belpre police. Investigators knew him well. McCready was a respected officer with the Ohio State Police. And now he wanted to report that his wife Jennifer had disappeared. He said he last saw his wife that morning as they were getting ready to go to work. Jack said he hadn't noticed anything unusual about her behavior that morning. Though their marriage had its problems, he thought things had improved.
There you go.
Thanks.
All right, I really gotta
He later learned that Jennifer never showed up to work that day. Jack suspected his wife had had an affair, and now he feared she had taken off with another man, leaving him with the couple's 2 children. Detective Dave Garvey agreed.
When he got home, the first thing he saw was Jennifer's wedding band on the kitchen counter. He checked the house and found out that there were certain items of hers missing, luggage was missing, and photographs was missing.
Though police had no reason to suspect foul play, they agreed to look into the case. They began by questioning the McCready's neighbors. One believed he had seen Jennifer leaving the house that morning. Around 10 a.m., he saw Jennifer's Blazer back out of the driveway and screech down the street in an erratic manner. The neighbor admitted that he never actually saw Jennifer's face. But he knew the Blazer was her car, and he had never seen anyone else driving. Then, a few days later, police received a call that a vehicle matching Jennifer's Blazer had been located in a parking lot. Jack McCready was dispatched to the scene, and he confirmed that it was in fact his wife's car. Investigators searched the vehicle's interior. They found no obvious signs of a struggle or any indications of foul play. Still, the vehicle was impounded for a more thorough analysis. Crime scene technicians scoured the vehicle using luminol, a chemical that can detect invisible traces of blood and other biological evidence. But after hours of processing, the examination revealed nothing to suggest that a crime had taken place. As an adult, Jennifer McCready had the right to be missing. And having found no evidence that she had met with foul play, Belpre police had no choice but to give up on their search for the young mother of 2. Detectives in Belpre, Ohio had found nothing to suggest that the missing wife of State Police Officer Jack McCready had met with foul play. All indications suggested the 30-year-old mother of 2 had simply packed up and left town. But then, friends of the missing woman contacted police. They were concerned something bad had happened to Jennifer McCready. Jennifer, they said, was dedicated to her children. No one who knew her could believe that she would just walk out on her children. And no one believed she was having an affair, as Jack McCready suggested. But Jennifer had been talking about divorcing her possessive and jealous husband. Then, a witness came forward with information. She said that around the time of Jennifer's disappearance, she saw a police vehicle driving in a remote area a few miles outside of town. The officer fit the description of Jack McCready to a T. The woman had provided unreliable information in the past, and at first, Detective Dave Garvey didn't believe this would be any different. But when no additional leads surfaced, detectives decided to drive out to the secluded spot where the woman had seen the patrol car. There, they found something that seemed out of place. It was a dirt mound. They shoveled away a few inches of dirt and hit a final clock. That was followed by the unmistakable smell of death. Crime scene technicians were quickly dispatched to the scene. As the excavation continued, the team unearthed a comforter and a sleeping bag. And wrapped inside were decomposed remains, the head covered with a white plastic trash bag. When the bag was removed, one of the officers identified the female as Jennifer McCready. She was wearing pajamas. That was at odds with her husband's claim that when he last saw her, she was dressed and leaving for work. As a matter of routine, soil samples were collected from the makeshift grave. Technicians collected the bedding and the sleeping bag for a more detailed analysis. The victim was transported to the medical examiner's office for autopsy. The medical examiner determined that Jennifer McCready had died as a result of a gunshot wound to her head. The fatal .357 Magnum bullet was collected and sent to the crime lab. Belpre investigators now had a homicide on their hands. The inconsistent information, in addition to witness testimony, pointed to State Police Officer Jack McCready as the prime suspect. Detectives arranged to speak with him at the barracks where he was stationed. When they broke the news about Jennifer's death, he was visibly shaken. But as they began to question him, McCready asked for an attorney and ended the interview. Soon after, Jack McCready was put on leave. Investigators hoped the forensic evidence could tell them more. All of the items collected from the crime scene were sent to the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Apprehension Lab for analysis. While processing the evidence, criminalist Michelle Yolo discovered dozens of synthetic fibers. She also located strands of fiberglass clinging to the inside of the sleeping bag.
Finding the fiberglass insulation within that sleeping bag was something that was very unusual in my opinion, because that would be very itchy. And because of that, that's not something that you would want to have in that sort of context.
Police obtained a warrant to search the McCready home. In the bedroom, they found linens that matched the comforter the victim had been buried buried him. Several fibers were also collected for comparison with those recovered from the crime scene. In the kitchen, police located a .357 Magnum revolver, the same type of gun used to kill Jennifer McCready. As the search continued, investigators found and collected newly installed fiberglass insulation in the couple's garage. The material appeared identical to the insulation found in the sleeping bag. Then they noticed another potential clue. There were numerous shovels, and some were coated with dirt. Though McCready explained that he had recently done work on his yard, police confiscated the tools. Now, forensic examiners began analyzing all of the evidence. Michelle Yezzo found that the carpet fibers collected from the McCready home shared all the same microscopic characteristics as those recovered from the bedding that the victim had been buried in. All of the evidence suggested the victim was murdered in her own home. But none of it told them who had carried out the homicide. And their best chance of linking Jack McCready to the murder turned out to be a dead end. The gun barrel had been bored out, making ballistic comparisons nearly impossible. Police had underestimated Jack McCready.
I don't see anything there that says
The suspect had been clever enough to tamper with the one piece of evidence that could directly tie him to the murder. Or so he thought. Police contacted Richard Bisbee, a forensic microscopist for the private firm of McCrone Associates. He was asked to compare soil samples that were collected from the gravesite, Jack McCready's shovel, and from the suspect's yard.
We analyzed soil samples by doing a side-by-side careful comparison of all the details that we could find in the soil itself. The soil differs by color and by the presence of plant material. It differs by its mineral content. It differs by its texture and the particle sizes in the soil grains themselves. Now, all of those features are compared.
Bisbee began his analysis by comparing the soil taken from McCready's shovel to samples taken from his yard. But the texture, size, color, and mineral composition of the two samples did not match. But when he compared the soil from the gravesite with the soil taken from the shovel, he found one consistency after another.
We could conclude that the soil from the shovel was similar to the gravesite and could have originated from the gravesite. And we were able to show that the place of the gravesite was different in its soil classification even from the place where the defendant lived, and the soil was different than most places in the county.
A short while later, Ohio State Police Officer Jack McCready was placed under arrest and charged with the murder of his wife, Jennifer. Though police remain unsure what drove him to murder, the evidence suggests that on the evening of September 18th, Jack McCready shot Jennifer one time in the head. To cover up his actions, he buried her in a remote spot, returned home, and altered the barrel of his gun. Despite his efforts, Jack McCready was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. Some killers will go to extraordinary lengths to distance themselves from their deeds. But no crime is perfect. And sometimes, investigators must rely on a few molecules in order to piece together the elements of murder. Police in Central California find themselves in the midst of a violent crime wave. At first, the deaths appear unrelated. But detectives uncovered evidence that points to a single killer. In Virginia, women start turning up dead in their own homes. And it appears a sadistic serial killer is to blame. But until police can identify a suspect, they remain powerless to stop him. When there is no obvious connection between victim and killer, solving a murder can be difficult. But forensic experts can play a vital role in exposing the predator who chooses random targets. In this episode, some of the names have been changed. California's central coastline is famous for its rugged beauty and isolation. But in the early 1980s, the city of Santa Cruz became the backdrop for a series of violent crimes. On April 23rd, rescue workers and police from the Santa Cruz Sheriff's Office responded to a call about a vehicle found burning along a rural mountain road. The car had been burning for hours and was completely destroyed. To authorities, it appeared to be the work of vandals. But a closer inspection revealed a much more gruesome act than arson. A human body, burnt beyond recognition, lay in the front seat. The unidentified victim was removed from the burned-out wreckage and transported to the medical examiner's office for autopsy. Investigators began searching for clues to explain the fire. But they found none of the telltale signs suggesting that an accident or engine trouble were to blame. A check on the tags revealed the car was registered to 20-year-old Mark Farrell, who listed an address less than a mile from the scene. Detective Sergeant David Deverell oversaw the investigation. The lack of an obvious cause of the fire was troubling.
There was no reason for the car to have caught fire. There was no dynamic crash. It's very unusual to have, a body burnt up in a vehicle with no explanation as to how it happens.
Police hoped the autopsy would yield more answers.
Mrs. Farrell,
With Detective Deverell present, forensic pathologist Dr. Richard Mason began his examination by x-raying the victim. After reviewing the results, it was clear this death was no accident.
I could see evidence of at least 3, possibly 4 bullet pathways through the chest, entering on the right and exiting on the left. There was also a very probable gunshot wound to the head.
The young male victim had been murdered. But the heat of the fire had destroyed any Dr. Mason, a gun enthusiast, analyzed the fragment under a microscope. It was a unique bullet.
I'm a long-time handgun rifle shooter, and I recognized it immediately as a 38 Special Block cutter. They are heavy, they're very penetrative, and they will drill deeply into a body.
Dental records later confirmed that the murder victim was in fact the owner of the burned-out car, 20-year-old Mark Farrell. Now, police had to find out who had killed him and why. Investigators questioned the young man's mother. She couldn't imagine why anyone would have wanted to harm her son. She said she last saw him the previous afternoon. Mark, a college student studying to be an engineer, was late for the night shift where he worked as an analyst at a nearby electronics plant. There didn't seem to be anything that was troubling him. Mark was well liked by everyone who knew him. He didn't have any enemies. With no obvious suspects, police looked to reconstruct the last hours of Mark Farrell's life. His employer confirmed that Mark had worked his entire shift the night before and left around 2 a.m. There were no indications that anything out of the ordinary had happened during his shift. And he said Mark got along well with all of his co-workers. The manager handed over the videotape from the company's security camera. At the Santa Cruz Sheriff's Office, Detective Deverell reviewed the tapes.
Surveillance.
He watched as Mark Farrell left work without incident.
In looking at the tape, there was certainly nothing unusual in it. Looked like, it was the end of the night, he was headed home. There was absolutely nothing in it.
Weeks passed with no additional leads. Soon, the investigation turned cold. And the caseload for Santa Cruz homicide detectives was about to increase. 2 months after the murder of Mark Farrell, the tranquility of the nearby community of Laguna Beach was shattered. The lifeless bodies of 2 men were discovered on the beach. Officers and crime scene technicians were dispatched to the scene. There, they found 2 young Asian men who had both been shot in the back multiple times. Police began processing the scene for clues. In the breast pocket of one of the victims, they found a wallet.
All right, say anything else? I don't. That's good. I got the shot. We're getting that. Come back down and okay. Okay.
And inside was identification belonging to a man named Chet Chin, a resident of San Francisco.
Got something.
Police could find no ID on the second victim.
Okay if I come in for this angle here? Yeah, right.
His wallet was missing.
Looks like he's got a set of keys.
However, they located a set of car keys. Detectives theorized the double murder was the result of a robbery gone bad. Using the set of keys, police were able to locate the victim's car.
Let's get the
Based on the vehicle registration, they believed that the second victim was the car's owner, 30-year-old Han Lee, also from San Francisco.
pretty good. So we'll get Dave in here.
As police began looking for clues to the killer's identity, they noticed one empty spot in the nearby parking lot. And in the space were fresh tire tracks. Unsure if the killer had left the marks, crime scene technicians collected the evidence using a plaster cast mold. The nature of the double murder troubled police.
It was a really unusual scene for us. We had two bodies up here on the trail. Multiple homicide is certainly something we don't see. It's something that concerned us greatly.
The victims' bodies were transported to the coroner's office for autopsy. Again, Dr. Richard Mason worked the case.
Sure. When you're done with the overviews, he's in a position to get the ID shots.
He extracted the fatal bullets from the victims' backs. He had seen them before. They were unique 38 caliber wad cutters, identical to the bullet recovered from the body of Mark Farrow 2 months earlier. Police now had 3 unsolved murders on their hands. And it appeared the same gun had been used in all of the homicides. Dr. Mason and Detective Deverell realized it was too much of a coincidence to be ignored.
It's an unusual gun.
Police in Santa Cruz, California had 3 unsolved homicides on their hands. And the bullets recovered from all of the victims appear to have originated from the same gun. To find out, the bullets were forwarded to ballistics expert Paul Doherty at the San Mateo Police Crime Lab. From the size and diameter, he confirmed that all were 38 caliber wad cutter bullets. Typically, wad cutters are used for target shooting.
A wad cutter is a projectile that's designed to punch a hole in paper for target shooting. So you get a nice clean hole so you can measure your accuracy of your score. In other words, in some cases when you get right on the line, you want to make sure you're cut. If you've cut the line, the score goes higher. And that's what this does. It just cuts a nice clean hole.
Each gun leaves unique markings on a bullet as it travels through the barrel. When examiners compared the bullet recovered from 20-year-old Mark Farrell to the ones taken from the 2 Asian victims found at Laguna Beach, they found that all shared the same characteristics. And after extensive research, authorities determined that the markings left on the bullets had likely been produced by a rare Great Western single-action revolver.
See if we can't get somewhere with that. Although it becomes more problematic when you start looking.
It was a promising lead, but it was nearly impossible for police to track down everyone who currently owned the handgun. And though it seemed unlikely, Detective Dave Deverell had to consider that the 3 murders were unconnected.
You look at it and go, well, maybe the gun got passed from one person to another, and there really is no connection between the cases. That didn't work for any of us. It just didn't make sense that a gun and bullets would somehow transfer from one person to another and be used again in another homicide.
To find out if there was a connection, detectives traveled to San Francisco's Chinatown district, where the 2 Laguna Beach victims, Han Lee and Chek Chin, had lived. It's a notoriously insulated community, and investigators realized that getting information would not be easy. A team from the Santa Cruz Sheriff's Office worked the case. Homicide Detective Joe Hennard uncovered a possible lead.
Well, we had information that both victims had worked at the Golden Dragon restaurant in Chinatown, where 2 years prior there was a gangland shooting where a number of people were murdered. And we were concerned that there could have been gang activity, that these guys were followed down to Santa Cruz and were shot and killed on the way over to the beach.
San Francisco Police Department's Asian Gang Task Force, the manager of the restaurant described the two young men as decent, hard-working employees. In fact, he last saw them the day before they were found murdered. It was payday, and the men were anxious to receive their checks. They had made plans to take a day trip down to Laguna Beach. The manager didn't believe the two men were involved in any gang activity. He could think of no one who would have wanted to harm them. Having found no connection between the victims, detectives realized they were powerless to prevent more killings. Soon, the investigation into the murders of Mark Farrell, Check Chin, and Han Lee had hit a dead end.
The case was very frustrating. We had the bullets linking the murders. We knew what type of gun we were looking for. We had a lot of evidence in the case, but we didn't have even a glimmer of why these three people were killed.
But a year and a half later, all of that changed. A man named Dave Bonin contacted police. His daughter, Lynn, he said, was in great danger. She had recently broken up with her boyfriend, Mark Cunningham, and now he was stalking her. The daughter feared for her life. Mark Cunningham had allegedly bragged about killing 3 men a year and a half earlier. It was the break police had been waiting for. The father took them to speak with Lynn at the grocery store where she worked. His daughter was afraid to speak to police about Cunningham, so he offered to bring her out of the store. But there was just one complication. Mark Cunningham was there, talking to Lynn. Dave Bonin got his daughter's attention and brought her outside. When Detective Dave Deverell heard the suspect was inside, he quickly interviewed Lynn.
And kind of did just the quickest interview on record. You know, kind of like, Lynn, your dad tells us that your boyfriend may have killed some people, and we need to know what happened.
Lynn told police that a year and a half earlier, she and Mark Cunningham were driving around near Laguna Beach. Suddenly, Mark pulled into a parking spot, claiming he needed cash. He said he'd be right back, but he wouldn't tell her where he was going.
So
Lynn told police he was gone for several minutes. She recalled that when he returned, he was agitated and out of breath. She thought she saw a gun in his possession. Police realized it was the same spot where the 2 Asian men were found murdered.
it became apparent to us in this real brief interview with Lynn, Mark was the guy we were looking for.
As Lynn finished telling her story, Mark Cunningham exited the store. In a wide-open parking lot, there was any number of ways the suspect could escape. And if Mark Cunningham was in fact the killer, police feared he would not hesitate to use violence. After a year and a half, police in Santa Cruz, California finally had a solid lead in 3 unsolved homicides. Mark Cunningham had allegedly bragged to his ex-girlfriend questioning, he insisted he knew nothing about any of the murders.
I'm sorry.
He claimed that his girlfriend, Lynn Bonin, was trying to get back at him for ending the relationship. He denied owning a Great Western single-action revolver, the type of weapon used in the 3 killings. Police didn't believe him, but they had no hard evidence to prove he was lying. Still, Cunningham remained in police custody. When a few days passed with no additional leads, police turned to his ex-girlfriend for more information. Lynn Bonin had reason to believe that Cunningham had committed the murders. She said that a few days after the 2 men were found murdered at Laguna Beach, Cunningham admitted to the crimes.
What are you going to do about it?
Then, without warning, he pulled out an old revolver and forced Lynn to the ground. He threatened to kill her and her father if she ever said anything to police. A short while later, Cunningham got rid of the revolver. Lynn didn't know anything about Mark Farrell, a 20-year-old man who had been shot and burned in his car along a mountain road. However, in the past, she and Cunningham and some friends would hang out on that road and have bonfires. Cunningham would often brandish his weapon at passers-by who complained about the illegal fires. Police had strong circumstantial evidence linking Mark Cunningham to the scenes where all 3 victims had been found murdered. Now they needed hard evidence. They turned to the tire tread marks found at Laguna Beach nearly 2 years earlier. The tires from the truck that had been driven at the time of the murders had been sold, but police were able to track down the current owners. The tires were collected and forwarded to the crime lab for analysis. First, examiners generated an inked impression of Cunningham's tire treads. Then, transparent overlays were placed on top of life-size photographs of the tire tread found at Laguna Beach nearly 2 years earlier. They found that all of the class characteristics, including the shape, size, and dimensions of the tread design, lined up perfectly. The evidence had placed Mark Cunningham's vehicle at the scene of the double murder. But to tie him to all 3 homicides, they needed to find the murder weapon. Lynn Bonin agreed to help. She brought investigators to the area where she believed the gun had been tossed. It appeared to be a waste of time. But then, buried under dirt and debris, they found a pistol. It was a rare Great Western single-action revolver. To prove it was the murder weapon, police forwarded the evidence to forensic examiners. Ballistics expert Paul Doherty knew it would not be easy. Rust had severely damaged the weapon. But after days of cleaning the revolver, he was able to get the gun to fire.
3, 2, 1, fire! Firing!
Ballistics tests proved that the gun was used in both the Laguna Beach murders and the death of 20-year-old Mark Farrell. Cunningham was subsequently charged with 3 counts of murder. Police theorized that Cunningham had started a small bonfire by the side of the road. controlled substance, then set the vehicle on fire. It was a crime of opportunity, one the killer would repeat several weeks later at Laguna Beach. Mark Cunningham was tried and convicted on 3 counts of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison. Mark Cunningham preyed on victims who happened to cross his path. But in Richmond, Virginia, one killer carefully looked for targets that shared something in common. On the morning of September 19, 1987, a man noticed a car with its engine running pulled up onto the sidewalk. It appeared the vehicle had been abandoned. The man called police. 911 dispatchers ran a check on the tag and learned the car was registered to a woman who lived a few blocks away from where the vehicle was found. But when efforts to contact her failed, police tracked down her landlord. An officer was dispatched to the residence. The landlord was also concerned. She had noticed a missing window screen and feared the place had been burglarized. Not knowing what to expect, the officer cautiously made his way through the apartment. In the bedroom, he made a gruesome discovery. A woman lay dead. She had been tied up and strangled. Within minutes, Richmond police and crime scene technicians were dispatched to the scene. The woman, found fully clothed, was identified as 35-year-old Donna Doyle. No items appeared to be missing. Robbery was not the motive behind the murder. Believing the killer had gained access to the residence through the window, technicians scoured the area for prints. But they found nothing. And the victim's car, which had likely been taken by the killer and then abandoned, yielded no additional clues. At autopsy, the medical examiner determined that the death resulted from ligature strangulation. The device had been fashioned from a sock, shoestring, and vacuum cleaner pipe. Donna Doyle had been slowly strangled. Though the victim was clothed in cut-off jeans and a shirt, there were indications she had been sexually assaulted. Biological evidence of rape and some stray hairs were collected. At the time, DNA testing was in its infancy, and all serologists could determine was that the killer had type O blood. Homicide Detective Ray Williams was assigned the case. He realized this investigation would not be simple.
I worked homicide for 20-some odd years in the city, and after looking at review and seeing that it to be a very unusual homicide. Either way she was tied and strangled was very apparent to me that at that point we weren't dealing with an ordinary killer.
Hoping for more detailed information, the hairs recovered from Donna Doyle's body were forwarded to forensic experts at the Virginia Division of Forensic Science. They determined that 2 of the hairs had not originated from the victim. texture and cross-sectional shape. Examiners concluded they had come from an African-American male. For investigators, it wasn't much to go on. To learn more, detectives questioned the employer of a local bookstore where Donna Doyle worked. On the day of the murder, Donna had worked her regular shift. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened that day. She described Donna as a dedicated employee and a very likable person, although she was somewhat shy. After closing the store, Donna headed home. Her employer didn't know she had plans that night. She believed that Donna lived alone and was unaware if she currently had a boyfriend. After 2 weeks, detectives had no luck identifying a suspect or an obvious motive. The investigation into Donna Doyle's murder was going nowhere. Then, emergency dispatchers received a 911 call. There had been another homicide. As police in Richmond, Virginia struggled to solve the brutal rape and murder of 35-year-old Donna Doyle, they received word of another homicide. The victim, identified as 32-year-old Dr. Stephanie Harris, was discovered inside the bedroom closet by her husband. The scene was less than 2 miles from the site of Donna Doyle's murder. Her hands and feet were bound, and a cloth belt was wrapped tightly around her neck. She had been sexually assaulted. For police, the crime scene looked eerily familiar. There were no indications of robbery, and it appeared the killer had entered through a window. But few clues to his identity were found. The victim's husband explained that he discovered his wife around 2 a.m. upon returning from Maryland, where he was a law student. He had no idea who could have done this. He was later cleared as a suspect. Police sensed the 2 murders were connected. To find out, Chief Medical Examiner Marcella Fierro began examining Dr. Stephanie Harris. She found broken blood vessels in the victim's eyes, called petechial hemorrhages. Like the Donna Doyle case, that suggested Stephanie Harrison had been strangled slowly.
When the victims were examined, there were certain patterns of injuries that were common. And those patterns included evidence of restraint, evidence of strangulation, evidence of injury that took place over a period of time, which was very disturbing because it would indicate a pattern of torture.
The similarities between the crimes led authorities to believe that the same sadistic killer had committed both murders.
When you do autopsies, you get some insight into the nature of the person who committed the crimes. It was apparent from the injuries, from the restraints, and from their physical findings that these were very cruel deaths, and that they were committed by somebody who enjoyed doing it.
The biological evidence recovered from Stephanie Harrison was sent to forensic serologists. An analysis revealed that those samples and the ones collected from Donna Doyle shared the same blood type. Both were type O. Richmond police were certain that the same killer, dubbed by the press as the Southside Strangler, had committed his victims randomly. They feared he would strike again. The question now was where and when. They got their answer 2 months later. On November 22nd, 1987, police just a few miles outside of Richmond in Chesterfield County were dispatched to the scene of a murder. The victim, 15-year-old Dawn Chang, had been viciously raped and strangled in her bedroom. Like the other cases, the perpetrator had entered the bedroom through the window. Strangely, investigators found a figure 8 painted on the victim's body. But aside from a few stray hairs, little physical evidence was recovered. However, the hairs were enough for authorities to conclude that Dawn Chang had been the Southside Strangler's third victim. Unlike the other victims, Dawn was a teenager. She was Asian, and she didn't live alone. In fact, her parents were sleeping in the next room at the time of the murder. They never heard a thing. They described their daughter as a typical teenager. They last saw her the night before. After dinner, Dawn said she had some homework to do and planned on going to bed after she finished. She said goodnight and went to her bedroom. The mother discovered her daughter's lifeless body the following morning. Authorities had a serial killer on the loose, and he appeared to be spreading out beyond the Richmond city limits. His ability to avoid detection led police to believe he had done this before. Desperate to generate a lead, Detective Ray Williams contacted police departments throughout the region, looking for any unsolved cases with a similar MO. Less than 100 miles away, in the Washington, D.C. suburb of Arlington, Virginia, he got a hit. There, Detective Joe Horgus of the Arlington County Police Department had several unsolved rapes and murders that went back nearly 3 years. The details of those were frighteningly similar to the murders in Richmond and Chesterfield County. 3 weeks after 15-year-old Dawn Chang's homicide, Arlington County Police had been dispatched to the home of Sandra Thomas.
What was that?
The 34-year-old woman had been discovered raped and murdered in her home. She lived alone, and like the victims in Richmond, she had been strangled with household items. From hairs and biological evidence recovered from the scene, police determined that Sandra Thomas's killer was an African-American male with type O blood. The other unsolved crimes in Arlington with a similar MO had been committed in 1984. At first, it seemed odd to Detective Horgus that the killer would suddenly stop, only to resume 3 years later.
He didn't stop because he got a girlfriend. He didn't stop because he got married. He stopped because he either relocated, he's dead, and he's not dead if he's doing the other ones, or he's in prison.
Detective Horgus reviewed recent parole and probation records, looking for African-American males who were arrested in Arlington in 1984. Then he found something. In early 1984, a 21-year-old man named Timothy W. Spencer was arrested in connection with a series of breaking and entering and petty thefts. After serving 3 years on the theft charges, Spencer was paroled. And that wasn't all.
His probation officer here in Arlington knew that he was released from prison to a halfway house down in Richmond. And he was released about 2 weeks before the first murder.
If Detective Horgus was right, Timothy Spencer was now the prime suspect in at least 4 murders throughout Virginia. But unless investigators could physically link him to the crimes, he would remain free to kill again. Police in Arlington, Virginia had finally identified a suspect in a series of unsolved rapes and murders that spanned a 3-year period. And those homicides bore an eerie resemblance to a string of serial murders taking place 100 miles away in Richmond. To find out if they were dealing with the same predator, Arlington County Homicide Detective Joe Horgus traveled to Richmond. There, he teamed up with Detective Ray Williams. After comparing the details of all the homicides, there could be little doubt that the same killer had committed all of the crimes. The detectives learned that their prime suspect, Timothy Spencer, had been recently paroled and was currently living in a halfway house in Richmond. According to the director of the house, the suspect was currently out running errands. Detectives asked to see the logbook that contained the times and dates of when a parolee leaves and returns to the house. According to the records, Timothy Spencer had signed himself out on September 18th, October 2nd, and November 21st. Dates that corresponded to the murders in Richmond and Chesterfield County. He had also signed out on November 25th to spend Thanksgiving weekend with his mother in Arlington. Arlington County Detective Joe Horgus realized that Timothy Spencer's mother lived just a few blocks from where the latest victim, Sandra Thomas, had been murdered that same weekend.
What are the odds that 100 miles away, our lady up here that's murdered, MO fits identical to theirs down there, and where's Timothy Spencer? He's up here at the same time. Too many coincidences just don't add up. What it adds up to is logic. This is our man.
A short while later, Timothy Spencer returned home. And police were there waiting. The suspected serial killer was taken into custody on suspicion of murder. A search of his room at the halfway house failed to produce any hard evidence linking him to the murders. But on his bed, they discovered a drawing of a figure 8, similar to the one found painted on the body of 15-year-old Dawn Chang. Under questioning, Spencer admitted nothing. He claimed to have no knowledge about any rapes or murders. And he denied drawing the figure 8 found on his bed. Detectives sensed he was lying. And now they looked to the forensic evidence for proof. Hair and blood samples were collected from the suspect. At the Virginia Division of Forensic Science, criminalists compared the hairs taken from Spencer to those recovered from several of the crime scenes. The shape, size, color, and texture of the hairs were identical. Though Timothy Spencer had type O blood, so did millions of other people. irrefutable proof that he was the Southside Strangler, examiners turned to a newly developed, more sophisticated type of analysis called DNA testing. The testing revealed that the genetic profile of the suspect was identical to the ones generated from the biological evidence left behind at 4 murder scenes. The chances that the killer was someone other than Timothy Spencer were nearly 900 million to 1. He was charged with 4 counts of murder. Investigators theorize that after randomly choosing his prey, Spencer, an experienced burglar, would slip silently through his victim's windows. Once inside, he raped and strangled them. Timothy Spencer was sentenced to death for the murders of Donna Doyle, Dr. Stephanie Harrison, and Dawn Chang in Richmond, and for the death of Sandra Thomas in Arlington. He was the first person in the United States to be executed on the basis of DNA fingerprinting. For Richmond homicide detective Ray Williams, the new forensic technology could not have come along at a better time.
Were it not for DNA evidence, Timothy Spencer would have never been convicted. See, when you put a case before a jury, the jury has to see, touch, feel, and hear. We didn't have a whole lot of things for them to see, touch, feel, and hear, other than DNA. And that DNA spoke for itself.
Some killers require no motive at all to commit their crimes. And for homicide detectives, identifying a suspect can be a challenge. In those cases, they must rely on the physical evidence to expose a killer who has set his sights on random targets. Police in Central California find themselves in the midst of a violent crime wave. At first, the deaths appear unrelated. But detectives uncover evidence that points to a single killer. In Virginia, women start turning up dead in their own homes. And it appears a sadistic serial killer is to blame. But until police can identify a suspect, they remain powerless to stop him. When there is no obvious connection between victim and killer, solving a murder can be difficult. But forensic experts can play a vital role in exposing the predator who chooses random targets. In this episode, some of the names have been changed. California's central coastline is famous for its rugged beauty and isolation. But in the early 1980s, the city of Santa Cruz became the backdrop for a series of violent crimes. On April 23rd, rescue workers and police from the Santa Cruz Sheriff's Office responded to a call about a vehicle found burning along a rural mountain road. closer inspection revealed a much more gruesome act than arson. A human body, burnt beyond recognition, lay in the front seat. The unidentified victim was removed from the burned-out wreckage and transported to the medical examiner's office for autopsy. Investigators began searching for clues to explain the fire. But they found none of the telltale signs suggesting that an accident or engine trouble were to blame. A check on the tags revealed the car was registered to 20-year-old Mark Farrell, who listed an address less than a mile from the scene. Detective Sergeant David Deverell oversaw the investigation. The lack of an obvious cause of the fire was troubling.
There was no reason for the car to have caught fire. There was no dynamic crash. It's very unusual to have, a body burnt up in a vehicle with no explanation as to how it happens.
Police hoped the autopsy would yield more answers.
This is Farrell.
With Detective Deverell present, forensic pathologist Dr. Richard Mason began his examination by x-raying the victim. After reviewing the results, it was clear this death was no accident.
I could see evidence of at least 3, possibly 4 bullet pathways through the chest, entering on the right and exiting on the left. There's also a very probable gunshot wound to the head.
The young male victim had been murdered. But the heat of the fire had destroyed any ballistics evidence that may have been left behind. But then, embedded in the young man's chest, Dr. Mason found a single bullet that had somehow survived the intense heat. Dr. Mason, a gun enthusiast, analyzed the fragment under a microscope. It was a unique bullet.
I'm a long-time handgun rifle shooter, and I recognized it immediately as a 38 Special Block Cutter. They are heavy, they're very penetrative, and they will drill deeply into a body.
Dental records later confirmed that the murder victim was in fact the owner of the burned-out car, 20-year-old Mark Farrell. Now, police had to find out who had killed him and why. Investigators questioned the young man's mother. She couldn't imagine why anyone would have wanted to harm her son. She said she last saw him the previous afternoon. Mark, a college student studying to be an engineer, was late for the night shift where he worked as an analyst at a nearby electronics plant. There didn't seem to be anything that was troubling him. Mark was well liked by everyone who knew him. He didn't have any enemies. With no obvious suspects, police looked to reconstruct the last hours of Mark Farrell's life. His employer confirmed that Mark had worked his entire shift the night before and left around 2 a.m. There were no indications that anything out of the ordinary had happened during his shift. And he said Mark got along well with all of his co-workers. The manager handed over the videotape from the company's security camera. At the Santa Cruz Sheriff's Office, Detective Deverell reviewed the tapes.
The surveillance.
He watched as Mark Farrell left work without incident.
In looking at the tape, there was certainly nothing unusual in it. Looked like, it was the end of the night. He was headed home. There was absolutely nothing in it.
Weeks passed with no additional leads. Soon, the investigation turned cold. And the caseload for Santa Cruz homicide detectives was about to increase. 2 months after the murder of Mark Farrell, the tranquility of the nearby community of Laguna Beach was shattered. The lifeless bodies of 2 men were discovered on the beach. Officers and crime scene technicians were dispatched to the scene. There, they found 2 young Asian men who had both been shot in the back multiple times. Police began processing the scene for clues. In the breast pocket of one of the victims, they found a wallet.
Say anything else? I don't. I got a shot. We'll get that. Come back down and okay. Okay.
And inside was identification belonging to a man named Check Chin, a resident of San Francisco.
Got some.
Police could find no ID on the second victim.
Greg, is it okay if I come in from this angle here? Right.
His wallet was missing.
Looks like he's got a set of keys.
However, they located a set of car keys. Detectives theorized the double murder was the result of a robbery gone bad. Using the set of keys, police were able to locate the victim's car.
Let's get the
Based on the vehicle registration, they believed that the second victim was the car's owner, 30-year-old Han Lee, also from San Francisco.
Looks pretty good. So we'll get Dave in here with him.
As police began looking for clues to the killer's identity, they noticed one empty spot in the nearby parking lot. And in the space were fresh tire tracks. Unsure if the killer had left the marks, crime scene technicians collected the evidence using a plaster cast mold. The nature of the double murder troubled police.
It was a really unusual scene for us. We had 2 bodies up here on the trail. Multiple homicide is certainly something we don't see. It's something that concerned us greatly.
The victims' bodies were transported to the coroner's office for autopsy. Again, Dr. Richard Mason worked the case.
Sure. When you're done with the overviews, visit the physician, get the ID shot.
He extracted the fatal bullets from the victims' backs. He had seen them before. They were unique .38 caliber wad cutters, identical to the bullet recovered from the body of Mark Farrell 2 months earlier. Police now had 3 unsolved murders on their hands, and it appeared the same gun had been used in all of the homicides. Dr. Mason and Detective Deverell realized it was too much of a coincidence to be ignored.
It's an unusual gun.
Police in Santa Cruz, California had 3 unsolved homicides on their hands. And the bullets recovered from all of the victims appear to have originated from the same gun. To find out, the bullets were forwarded to ballistics expert Paul Doherty at the San Mateo Police Crime Lab. From the size and diameter, he confirmed that all were .38 caliber wad cutter bullets. Typically, wad cutters are used for target shooting.
wad cutter is a projectile that's designed to punch a hole in paper for target shooting. So you get a nice clean hole so you can measure your accuracy of your score. In other words, in some cases when you get right on the line, you want to make sure you're cut. If you've cut the line, the score goes higher. And that's what this does. It just cuts a nice clean hole.
Each gun leaves unique markings on a bullet as it travels through the barrel. When examiners compared the bullet recovered from 20-year-old Mark Farrell to the ones taken from the 2 Asian victims found at Laguna Beach, they found that all shared the same characteristics. And after extensive research, authorities determined that the markings left on the bullets had likely been produced by a rare Great Western single-action revolver.
Manufacturer and see if we can't get somewhere with that. Although it becomes a little problematic when you start looking.
It was a promising lead, but it was nearly impossible for police to track down everyone who currently owned the handgun.
It's a standard manufacturer.
And though it seemed unlikely, Detective Dave Deverell had to consider that the 3 murders were unconnected.
You look at it and go, well, maybe the gun got passed from one person to another, and there really is no connection between the cases. That didn't work for any of us. It just didn't make sense that a gun and bullets would somehow transfer from one person to another and be used again in another homicide.
To find out if there was a connection, detectives traveled to San Francisco's Chinatown district, where the 2 Laguna Beach victims, Han Lee and Chek Chin, had lived. It's a notoriously insulated community, and investigators realized that getting information would not be easy. A team from the Santa Cruz Sheriff's Office worked the case. Homicide Detective Joe Hennard uncovered a possible lead.
We had information that both victims had worked at the Golden Dragon restaurant in Chinatown, where 2 years prior there was a gangland shooting where a number of people were murdered. We were concerned that there could have been gang activity, that these guys were followed down to Santa Cruz and were shot and killed on the way over to the beach.
And an interpreter, Mr. Lueck.
Through an interpreter from the San Francisco Police Department's Asian Gang Task Force, the manager of the restaurant described the 2 young men as decent, hard-working employees. In fact, he last saw them the day before they were found murdered. It was payday, and the men were anxious to receive their checks. They had made plans to take a day trip down to Laguna Beach. The manager didn't believe the 2 men were involved in any gang activity. He could think of no one who would have wanted to harm them. Having found no connection between the victims, detectives realized they were powerless to prevent more killings.
We got a photo of
Soon, the investigation into the murders of Mark Farrell, Chek Chin, and Han Lee had hit a dead end.
The case was very frustrating. We had the bullets linking the murders. We knew what type of gun we were looking for. We had a lot of evidence in the case, but we didn't have even a glimmer of why these 3 people were killed.
But a year and a half later, all of that changed. A man named Dave Bonin contacted police. His daughter, Lynn, he said, was in great danger. She had recently broken up with her boyfriend, Mark Cunningham, and now he was stalking her. The daughter feared for her life. Mark Cunningham had allegedly bragged about killing 3 men a year and a half earlier.
Okay, thanks.
It was the break police had been waiting for. The father took them to speak with Lynn at the grocery store where she worked. His daughter was afraid to speak to police about Cunningham, so he offered to bring her out of the store. But there was just one complication. Mark Cunningham was there, talking to Lynn. Dave Bonin got his daughter's attention and brought her outside. When Detective Dave Deverell heard the suspect was inside, he quickly interviewed Lynn.
And kind of did just the quickest interview on record. You know, kind of like, Lynn, your dad tells us that your boyfriend may have killed some people, and we need to know what happened.
Lynn told police that a year and a half earlier, she and Mark Cunningham were driving around near Laguna Beach. Suddenly, Mark pulled into a parking spot, claiming he needed cash. He said he'd be right back, but he wouldn't tell her where he was going.
So
Lynn told police he was gone for several minutes. She recalled that when he returned, he was agitated and out of breath. She thought she saw a gun in his possession. Police realized it was the same spot where the two Asian men were found murdered.
it became apparent to us in this real brief interview with Lynn, Mark was the guy we were looking for.
As Lynn finished telling her story, Mark Cunningham exited the store. In a wide-open parking lot, there was any number of ways the suspect could escape. And if Mark Cunningham was in fact the killer, police feared he would not hesitate to use violence. After a year and a half, police in Santa Cruz, California finally had a solid lead in 3 unsolved homicides. Mark Cunningham had allegedly bragged to his ex-girlfriend that he was responsible for the shooting deaths. Cunningham was cooperative and taken into custody without incident. Under questioning, he insisted he knew nothing about any of the murders.
I'm sorry.
He claimed that his girlfriend, Lynn Bonin, was trying to get back at him for ending the relationship. He denied owning a Great Western single-action revolver, the type of weapon used in the 3 killings. Police didn't believe him, but they had no hard evidence to prove he was lying. Still, Cunningham remained in police custody. When a few days passed with no additional leads, police turned to his ex-girlfriend for more information. Lynn Bonin had reason to believe that Cunningham had committed.
Alright. I'm gonna go for a minute and see what